It's here. Ready?
Maybe here. Like the car or the back bench. I don't have it. Small telephone is back like that one. Yes.
Good morning, PS. Welcome to PSC. Could you introduce your accompanying staff to the members of PSC?
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the PSC. Thank you for accommodating us at this time to review the Ministry of Education 2017-2018 audited financial statement for those years. On my right is PS Tucker, who is now the PS from the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport. At the time, both ministries were integrated, and therefore she was the person responsible for the accounts of the Ministry of Culture and Sport. On my left, Mr. Jailal, who is our internal auditor and who is charged with the responsibility to coordinate and manage our audit and responses, and of course, strengthen our systems based on recommendations. And to for the left is Ms. Adele Clark, who was at the time the PS for the latter part of 2017-2018. The earlier part of 2018, you had PS Welch, who was the permanent secretary at the time. To her left is Mr. Ron Eastman, who is a senior engineer responsible for works in the ministry. then and onwards, right through. And at the rear, you have the technical officer who has some coordinating responsibilities for audit as well, among other things. And you have Ms. Sipa Sod from the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, who is the PS Finance Acting. And just to my immediate rear is Ms. Lachman, the DPS Finance, Ministry of Education. To her right is DPS Admin, and to her right, our Senior Procurement Officer. Thank you, sir. And my name, Alfred King.
Thank you, PS King. So a pause that we would have taken is to remind all accounting officers and their accompanying staff of what you already know, but as a refresher of the Laws of Guyana, Chapter 108, the Evidence Act, which basically states every person examined under this act who willfully gives false evidence shall be guilty of perjury. This is a reminder of all of those who are going to be responding to questions posed by members of the committee that they have a duty and an obligation by law to provide accurate and truthful information. And this is to guide you if you are not in a position to provide us with those accurate and factual information. We can accommodate you with time so that you could go back and get those information and supply them to the Public Accounts Committee. Members, we have the Ministry of Education before us, 2017. We have 48 paragraphs, and 2018, 69 paragraphs for our consideration. And I put paragraphs 431 to 461 for the year 2017 and 539 to 569 for our consideration. The floor is open to all honorary members. Member, my policy, you have your mic on.
Sir, thank you. I recognize that we were furnished minutes ago or probably seconds ago with an updated guidance from the Auditor General's office. If I am to look at paragraphs 431 and 432 of 2017 and 539 and 540 of 2018, I recognize that the Auditor General's office is categorizing all of the monies not spent as a shortfall. And in reading the report of itself, I see that the ministry has responded, indicating that some of these monies were actually savings coming out from projects that they have executed. And how do we define the word shortfall in projects that really and truly gave us savings? And I would like to get some guidance from the Auditor General so that I can understand the word shortfall. From the outset, one reading it would indicate as though the ministry lapsed in terms of spending. But if the project is budgeted for 10 million and the ministry completed the project with 8 million, then it means 2 million were saved.
Okay, AG, can you provide some guidance here?
Mr. Chair, if you check the duties that the Auditor General have to carry out, one of them has to do with ensuring that the amount budgeted for is applied and for the purpose as intended. So when we look at if this 10 million has been voted, we look at to see if it's 10 million, how much is spent as per the appropriation account. And if it's only spent 8 million, then it will be 2 million we are saying is shortfall. And I think that's part of my duty to bring it to attention of the Member Parliament.
But thanks for that clarification, AG. But if the project is completed, then there is no need to spend the additional 2 million. Why is that treated as a shortfall and not treated as a saving?
Well, that's what the ministry are required to explain. What most ministry do, if you have a 2 million or whatever savings, then they go for a extension of program if it's capital money to complete
And add another project.
and add whatever they have. Because they are required to spend the money as they. It could also mean that the poor budgeting, there's a lot of other issues involved, so they will have to explain. But my duty is to bring to attention Member of Parliament that 10 million was voted, X amount as for the appropriation account to spend, therefore we did the difference is short.
So, added question. So, when the ministry provides the audit officer these information for them to conduct their audit, don't they provide you with a reason for why a shortfall or why a saving do exist? And if so, go ahead. Could you answer the question?
Yes, they do provide that information, but I also, in the explanation, I've also incorporated that in the AG report.
Okay.
Now, sir, if you look at program 4.
Yeah, I just want, if I can make a point before he
Yes,
moves on
proceed.
that. Because I don't think we have an issue with the highlights being made. I think the issue that we're having is with the terminology that is being used. Because rightly so, we cannot use the terminology shortfall when you are talking about a saving altogether. When you use the terminology shortfall, it immediately indicates a deficit of some sort, and that is not the case. So I think the issue that we're having and needs to be acknowledged by the audit office is that in cases like these, we cannot utilize the terminology shortfall because it is being utilized incorrectly. We can't use the terminology shortfall when it is in essence a saving. We have to find a way of rewarding that altogether to say X amount of money was appropriated for this, but the full amount was not utilized. You can't say it's a shortfall because a shortfall speaks to a deficit, and this is not the case. So most definitely we need to look at rewarding that altogether because it covers deficit, like I'm saying, and that this is not a deficit. So we can't just relax and say, yes, it is bringing it to our attention because it's bringing it to our attention with incorrect terminology. It sends the wrong message.
Yes.
Exactly. So it can't be just like that. It has to be rewarded.
And sir, I want to build on that.
Hold on, before you build. AG, given the honorable member's observation, is it a practice for that type of language to be used, or can it be modified to reflect the actuality of what pertains? Because the word shortfall do connotes a negative indication there, not a positive, of which it was in the sense that you save over $2 million.
Mr. Chair, if you look at the action taken by the ministry, they say the shortfall is due to savings being realized and logistical hurdles in commencing some of the projects. So they did have some issues. I'm not too clear whether it was really savings or is it due to the logistical hurdles in commencing some of the projects.
No, but Comrade Chairman.
So
allow the AG to finish, please.
So as I said, according to the Act, I am to bring to Parliament that if an amount was budgeted for, whether it was spent and apply for the purpose as intended, as per your budget. Most of these were their savings. If they utilize it for other projects, then I will also bring to account that there was a saving and the project was completed as intended and that they did an additional work. But I have to bring it this way. I have to say that it is a shortfall because if you do not spend the money, then the intention of applying to the project or whatever activity will not be fulfilled.
But AG, your suggested question is to ask what corrective actions can be implemented to prevent that. Wouldn't the ministry want to save money if a contractor can complete a job less than what was budgeted for that said job? How can the ministry, I don't know, probably the PS can help. How could you implement the corrective action that will benefit the ministry with less spending for the same objective being achieved?
Chair, before you go to the PS, I wanted to build on what Comrade Juretta was indicating to say that, and I seek guidance, the ministry, when they do their budgeting, and in the case of 2017, I think this budget was approved in November, December of 2016. So it was an assumption or an anticipatory spending. And the same thing for 2018. 2018 budget was done in 2017. And the engineer, I'm just going to give a hypothetical situation here. The engineer gives an engineer's estimate for a project of $20 million. And the ministry puts that as their budgetary proposal. It goes to the National Assembly and it is approved, $20 million for a particular project. Then the process begins after approval where contractors are invited to bid for this project of $20 million, which is the engineer's estimate. And contractors will bid and go below that $20 million, some may go above. The lowest responsive bidder will be awarded the contract. And the lowest responsive bidder in this case will be someone for $18 million. The contract is awarded and executed. And $18 million were spent for the completion of that project, which led to a $2 million being saved by the ministry because of the lowest responsive bidder receiving the contract. How can we treat that $2 million as a shortfall and not as a saving? That's one. And two, if you were to now look at the report that is before us, when you look at, let's say, Program 2, 2017 Program 2, Training and Development, line item 6117 says, temporary employees. This line item caters for part-time lecturers and workers at CPC on a needs basis. As such, savings were realized. So there was no need for the additional lecturer, hence it led to a saving. What I'm trying to get at is this clear differentiation of what is the shortfall, and it was caused because of technical glitches or logistical issues, as mentioned in some paragraphs, and then there is savings which were caused because of prudent financial management. That differentiation is what I'm trying to get at. And I don't know if the AG or the PS can help us to understand if it was a shortfall in total or a saving and the shortfall that accumulated to the amount referenced in these paragraphs.
AG?
Mr. Chair, just to bring back your attention that section 24.2 of the Audit Act, I'm required to say that if all monies expended and charged on account has been applied to the purpose or the purposes for which they were intended. So that is why I normally bring to attention to Member of Parliament when they have not spent out all. But if you look at the same response for this, and if it's training, then definitely maybe they did not do all the training that they intended. And I think all trainings planned were executed on the school feeding program. The balance reflects savings. At present, it could be that some of the trainings were not done. So what the PS will have to explain that information.
All right, PS, could you add to the discussion?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. If we to be specific, then some of what is being said would hold, but there are a variety or a combination of factors that would lead us to that position of shortfall. One, ideally, when it has to do with staffing, like would have been recognized just now, the shortfall is based on engagement. And so in that case, it's really a saving, as was explained here in the response in 2017, as it relates to line 6117 CPC. And in the case of 6116, contractual employees for that same program one. Of course, savings in terms of a work program for maintenance works or capital works would be based on estimated value and the persons who would win the award eventually. So that genuine word of saving would apply there. In terms of local travel and subsistence, as was explained, your work plan would provide for an extensive engagement of visits, monitoring, reporting, and so on. But in terms of rollout, there will be modifications, as you would have seen, that there were adjustments in terms of visiting to K2 in 2017 as it relates to 6261. Hence, you see there, it's really like a saving, and in some cases, an adjustment in program.
Member Siraj, you have it.
Thank you, Comment Chairman. Comment Chairman, is current expenditure. It's not a capital program. And what was recorded in 2017 was in fact a deficit in spending. And also in 2018 of almost $2 billion collectively between the 2 years. And there are a number of programs here that you encounter these shortfalls in. The action taken by the ministry. So first of all, there was this deficit in spending. And I have two questions related to this, that what happened with the nearly $2 billion between paragraphs 431 for 2017 and 539 for 2018? What happened with this savings? And secondly, Mr. Chairman, if the accounting officer could explain to us what is meant by logistical hurdles in commencing some of the projects. Thank you.
Go ahead, PS.
As it relates to the unspent, it stays within the consolidated fund. And so, in fact, when you pull the IFMIS or the IFMAS at the time system, you'll see those showing up as shortfall from which the AG would have reported. And with the lines being detailed, 6111, 6255, 6261, 6265, 6302. As it relates to the explanation given in relation to logistical issues that hinder the total number of, for example, total number of schools anticipated to be on the program, I was told that it relates to procurement, planning procurement, executing procurement, and managing procurement, basically, and in some cases, coordinating of activities across the various activity heads.
Can I deduct, Mr. Chairman, through you from the accounting officer response that let's take primary education, for example. If you had 100% execution of the $3.1 billion allocated, the primary education system would have benefited more in 2017
So are we we will not accommodate those assumed questions. Let us focus on the information provided in the respective paragraphs.
Mr. Chairman, I think it was a pretty straightforward question to the accounting officer.
No. You're asking a hypothetical question, and we're not accommodating hypotheticals. My volume.
Chair, I move to para 449, 450, 451, and simultaneously in 2018, 597, 598, and 599. And it has to do with overpayment on contract. And you know, this is an issue that I take very seriously. And I have maintained one position throughout. And I ask the same question again. How is it that this contractor was paid 1.219 million for work that was not done? How did this happen?
Mr. Chair, I'm advised that this was a project executed at the Moko School, the primary school. And there were some amount of mix up with the scope of works, the instruction given to the contractor, and at the end, the measured works, and its relation to the scope and cost of works. I'm advised that the engineer, our engineer, along with the auditor, would have reviewed this. And at the time of reviewing, they were able to identify the gaps in this project and found that instead of stating that it was an overpayment, it was really a deficiency in accounting for the works by scope of works.
But, Comrade Chairman, the engineer had to facilitate the payment. The engineer had to create the certificate of completion. The engineer had to measure the work before it is being paid for. So before the Auditor General gets involved with his engineer, the ministry's engineer had to follow certain practice and certain procedure and certain legalities before payment is initiated. It says here the sum of 1.219 was paid to the contractor for work not done in relation to the construction of Moko Nursery School. And it is the engineer who would have had to generate a document called certificate of completion for this sum to be paid. So on what basis did the engineer generate that document? And did the engineer measure the works that were done to assess the amount of monies that should have been paid as opposed to an additional amount? And if your engineer is here, PS through the chair, I would love for that answer to come from the engineer.
Mr. Chair, like I said, I was advised by the engineers here, but I was advised by the engineer, and of course with an engagement with the audit office as well, that there was indeed a gap identified when you look at what the scope of works should have been and what was actually on the ground. However, because it was not the final payment at the time, there was still an opportunity for the works to make adjustment according according to works on the ground and what the final payment would have been as was reported there.
Can I ask what was the total sum that this contract was awarded for the construction of the school?
Mr. Chair, the initial engagement sought for and approved by the tender board was valued at $28,383,273.
You indicated that that is the initial. It was there a final?
Correct. And then a variation request was sought for, approved, and granted by the Ministry, the National Tender Board. And in that variation, the sum that was added is $7,094,295, bringing it to a total of $35,477,563.
In 2018, additional works totaling 3.188 million was the variation order or approval granted?
I'm told, Mr. Chair, that the final number here of $45,477,568 represent the outer value of the contract.
But it had to, there were variations that took it to this number because the tender board, the National Procurement and Tender Administration Board, approved a $28,383,000 contract. That was approved by the tender board. In order for us to facilitate changes, then there must be a variation order. Agree? That variation order would have had to go through a process to facilitate approval. Was that done?
Well, like I said, it would have got to go through that process to get to the level of tender board where an approval was issued by tender board on the 10th of October, 2018. So
that brought it to 35 million plus
correct.
Dollars. Good. Now, in the Auditor General's quest to audit this project, he would have had to be provided with this variation order that took it to this amount, which includes the 3.188 million for additional work in 2018. Correct?
That's correct.
So the variation order was provided to the Auditor General and the approval?
It's my understanding from the engineer who was monitoring and reporting at the time and responsible for the works that the variation sought at the tender board level for which an approval was given was provided.
To the AG's office. But the AG is saying here that it was noted that additional works totaling 3.188 million were executed under the contract. However, no variation order or approval was seen for these additional works. AG, through you, Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, through the chair, good morning. This project was initially checked the 30th of July 2018. We received information from the Ministry of Education Thursday that actually outlined the final payment. And with that,
Thursday gone?
Thursday gone. Now we have receipt of a document.
Good sir, could you identify yourself?
Sorry, my name is Lachman Ramdial. I'm the manager acting of the Works and Structures Division at the Office of Guyana.
What was it? Ramesh?
Lachman Ramdial.
Ramdial.
Okay. Proceed.
Yes. At the time when this visit was conducted, we had the practical completion payment certificate. But the submission now that we received Thursday is the final completion certificate. With this comes what I'm looking at here is an approval from the MPTAB dated the 28th of December 2018 that changed the contract sum from $28,303,273 to $45,477,568, an increase of $7 million plus.
So now you're in receipt of the information.
Yes, now we
But I still come back to this thing that we have here. So at least we've gotten that cleared up, notwithstanding the fact that, sir, it came only Thursday to clarify the variation order and so on. But in 2017, there, according to the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act and other laws, there, as per contract, you're to reach certain requirements to pay in advance if that is in the contract and so on. You will have an amount of money that you have to give and so a percentage of the contract, XYZ. But we are seeing, or I should ask this question, when was this completed, this school? When was it completed? The date of completion of the work? And what was the duration in terms of its defects period?
I'm reliably informed by the works head at the time now that the work was finally completed in first quarter of 2019.
Chair, well, that will bring some degree of clarity to this paragraph that I was looking at here in 27. Thanks, PS.
Member Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. PS, could you just turn your attention 2017 to paragraph 465 and in 2018 paragraph 543? We're noting in the year 2017, paragraph 465, it's saying that overpayment of net salaries totaling $4,895,000 and the related deductions.
One second, Member Finance. Where are you? 465. No, I didn't put that as yet.
What was that?
461.
Where are you up to? One, I thought you went up to 465. So.
No. Member Siraj.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 438, 2017. The Auditor General stated here, Mr. Chairman, that there was an amount of $52.5 million received by 8 schools, but they could not determine whether these deposits were intact because of the absence of key documentation, including bank statements. He further went on to say that the monies were not properly accounted for in respect of 11 schools because of bank reconciliation statements were not presented for any of the schools. I noted the accounting officer responses that the bank statements were subsequently submitted to the auditors. So my questions are, if the auditors can verify this, question number one. And secondly, in relation to the statement here that it was difficult to do reconciliation, that if the statements were presented, if any reconciliations were done in respect to this amount of $52.5 million.
Yes.
Yes, I'm advised according to the update provided that's the sequence of activities. Indeed, the evidence for reconciliation was submitted to the AG. And of course, what we have here is the rollout of our receipts for the deposits or details of our deposits to the bank as it relates to the school feeding program.
Chair,
Go ahead, sir.
all of these audits that was all of these spendings in these respective paragraphs 452 onwards to 457 that were subject to a separate audit. Will we be furnished with the findings of these audits?
AG?
Mr. Chair, these are the donor agencies audit. So we normally send it to the respective ministry, and they are responsible to lay it into the National Assembly. I suspect that some of these might go to the Economic Service Committee and
Okay.
not there. What I do, because it's listed in the appropriation capital appropriation account, I normally bring a summary in my AG report.
Thanks, AG.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, in respect to paragraph 437 for 2017, it is stated here that a total of 23 schools, and I think 544 in respect to 2018. In 2017, 23 schools were not on board this school feeding program. And in 2018, 20 schools. So there seem, whether the three, well, there seem to have been some progress, but can the accounting officer inform us what is the difficulty they're encountering in getting these schools to come onto a school feeding program, which we all know will benefit the children of these schools?
Go ahead. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I was advised that the model for rolling out the school feeding program at any school has to do, first of all, with community buy-in, community involvement, and community support. And so wherever the school feeding program is happening, the first thing that's required is that of establishing a kitchen area, which is an infrastructural kind of arrangement, and making the facilities available to take care of the feeding program or to support providing the lunches and so on. And then there's another requirement of training for the staff, especially a treasurer, to manage the accounts and to do the bookkeeping arrangement, as you would have seen noted by the AG, and do the recording of the distribution of the meals as well, and accounting for that. And so, based on the report we got from the head of the school feeding program, apparently during that period, they reached out to the schools, but they weren't able to establish the infrastructure needed to roll out the program. Hence the difficulty during the period there.
I have a follow-up on that, sir. Could we get an idea of the areas which these schools are located in that did not have the ability to set up the infrastructure for the feeding program to start?
Mr. Chair, lest I be recorded inaccurately, I really wouldn't want us to say that the schools had the ability to establish the infrastructure to get the program on. It's a team effort, it's a coordinated approach using the regional education officers, the regional system, as well as the ministry's supporting team. But in 2016, 2017, schools that really didn't benefit from the program included schools from regions 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, and 9. And so you had 12 schools from region 1, 2 schools from Region 2, 2 from Region 7, 4 from Region 8, and 17 from Region 9.
Thank you. Your mic is not on.
No, so I'm sorry, but I'm just looking at the number. It says 12 from Region 1, 2 from Region 2, 2 from 7, 4 from Region 8, and 17 from Region 9. But I'm just trying to put it together. I think that the notation that we have in here is that a total of 23 schools were yet to come on board. So where are the other schools and why weren't they mentioned in this report?
Yes. In 2017, it was 23, and in 20...
This is current numbers you're given right now?
I'm informed that the list now that we're presenting is a list of all the schools over time that the extension should have gone into.
And what about Region 7? You said 2 schools in Region 7. Do you have the names of those schools?
Winnipiru and Holy Name Annex.
Holy Name School in Region 7?
Correct.
The Holy Name School is located where?
The information I have here is Region 7.
Isn't Holy Name School at Riversview, Goshen area, which is Region 10?
Well,
I'm just checking to see if...
Honorable Member, I'm sure because you know the area well. The whole area of the waterfront that is really geographically Region 10 is administratively supported by Region 7.
But it's actually Region 10.
But it's administratively and educationally supported by Region 7.
Region 10 falling on Region 7. Okay.
Members, I put
Mr. Chairman,
before you ask, I put 461 to 478 for 2017 and 569 to 586 for 2018. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. 439 for 2017, and it's I think 439 and 553 in 2018. In respect, it is stated here, Mr. Chairman, that 439, that 4,351 liters of diesel, value $788,000, were uplifted by vehicles not registered to the ministry on 13 instances. And if the AG apparently did the maths and stated here that on some of these occasions, in excess of 45 gallons of fuel would have been uplifted. To the best of my knowledge, over 45 gallons, that's taking you to trucks. And I know this was subject to an investigation because there were 6 vehicles not registered with the ministry in 2017 and 3 vehicles not registered to the ministry in 2018, uplifting respectively 4,351 liters and 1,430 liters of fuel. I know this matter is under investigation, but can the PS, the accounting officer, provide PAC with the numbers of these, the registration number of these vehicles, and if they have the information who these vehicles belong to, who would have uplifted the fuel on behalf of the Ministry of Education, whilst not being the property of the Ministry of Education.
Go ahead,
But
yes.
Madam Chair, before, if this is a matter that is engaging the police or has engaged the police, then I think it is fitting for us to know if the police would have completed their report in the matter and what actions were taken before we go to requesting information that can prejudice an investigation that may be ongoing. So may I request to know if the police investigation in this matter is completed and what actions were taken?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, sorry. Sorry about that. The request for information, Madam Chairman, has nothing to do with police investigation. I'm simply asking the accounting officer that they would have done their investigation, 6 vehicles in 2017 and 3 in 2018. It was established they are not vehicles of the Ministry of Education. And that establishment could only have been made by verifying the registration numbers of the vehicles. And I'm certain the accounting officer will have that information on hand.
Madam Chair, the fact that the issue was moved to the police is an indication.
Does not take it away from the PSC.
No, but it's an indication.
If I may, I understand both points being made by Mr. Michael and also Ms. Stewart. I would ask the PS, the question to the PS that I think would be most appropriate this time is for us to get an update on where the matter is right now in the hands of the police.
Madam Chair, the police would have completed its work in terms of the investigation. The report would have been, you would have been charged, appeared before the court, and of course, in 2020, it was determined that he was guilty of theft, and he was directed to make good his payment for the cost of fuel back to the ministry.
And how is that progressing right now?
We've since given notice, and he's not come good with that.
He is.
He didn't make any payment to the ministry.
So what is your plan as a PS moving forward with this matter?
We try to locate him, and moving forward, we'll have to report it back to the court that he has not done any of the payments.
Could I ask when was he required to make that payment?
What the order said is that we were supposed to enter in an arrangement, a reasonable arrangement for payment. They didn't give out the time.
And that was furnished, that information was furnished back to the police?
We will
That
now have to
timeline?
go and do a report and submit back to the police as well as the court that he's not made good his payment.
But when I'm trying to figure out when was he supposed to make the payment? How long ago was that supposed to be done?
Well, the judgment came in on the 20th of, 2020. And like I've said, there's no timeline given to us like 6
No, what timeline did you give to him? You didn't give a timeline to him?
Well, we were still to engage him directly, but we sent him a letter.
And no response was given?
No response.
So is there a timeline that we should expect that the matter re-engages the attention of the police?
We believe it's due now, Madam Chair, and we'll have to follow up by providing a report based on the court order.
Okay. I think that is a matter that should be done with experience, given the fact that you have not even gotten a response from this individual as yet. Mr. Michael.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the same paragraph. I'm assuming this was a staff of the ministry.
Madam Chair, yes, it was.
May I ask the date of employment of the staff?
Honorable Chair, that information is not with us at this point.
Well, I will appreciate if that information can be provided. And if it was a contracted staff or a permanent staff, and the date of employment.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll provide that the details.
Secondly, this procedure that was used to uplift the fuel, is this the procedure that has always been in place by the ministry?
Up until that time, Honorable Chair, the procedure used to be the bill book, used to be managed and supervised by the transport officer, of course, who would report on a weekly basis to the Deputy Permanent Secretary responsible for admin on issuing basically.
No, well, I understand that that is a corrective measure put in place. My question is, and you said up until this time, so just for reiteration purpose, the procedure that was used to uplift this fuel at the Guyana Region Street location is the procedure that was in existence since the ministry has had engagements with this Guyana Region Street location. So a number of years we had this one practice. We have found this glitch, or we have pointed out or unearthed this wrong, and then we put corrective measures in place. Am I correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michael. Mr. Siraj.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a follow-up. I know one person, it is reported by the accountant of one person was charged. But I come back to my original question, Madam Chair. There were 6 vehicles in 2017 and 3 vehicles in 2018. Are all these vehicles, these 9 vehicles, or whether the 3 is part of the 6 owned by this this officer, this person who was charged?
Chair, based on the police investigation, the report that was made to the PS at the time is one that suggested that the vehicles, that was the method used for uplifting the fuel, and the vehicles didn't belong to the ministry and or the person.
Understood. Thank you, PS.
So, Madam Chair, I understand that the person who would have issued the requisition to uplift fuel was charged. My question is that, and my original request still stands because I'm quite interested in the registration numbers and owners of these vehicles. But
I think that you are going into opening back an investigation that was closed already.
No, Madam Chair, I beg to differ because this investigation was concluded. We want at least I want an update.
But I think what we can ask for is a copy of the report.
The police reported was submitted since 2020. The accounting officer was supposed to take steps to recoup these amount of money. And if there would have to be some amount of collusion between the owners of 9 vehicles and the officer stationed at the ministry who would have been issuing these requisitions.
If I can interject at this point.
I'm requesting that the information be forthcoming to the Public Accounts Committee. These are public funds,
Sir,
public monies.
Sir, if I may, at this point,
and there is collusion, and I want to know who this person colluded with.
Mr. Siraj,
I want to know the vehicle numbers and who they're owned by these 9 vehicles, and I'm requesting that information be submitted to the Public Accounts Committee.
Okay, at this point, this was an investigation that was done. The matter was before the court. A conclusion was met as our updated notes says the officer involved was charged on the 28th of October, 2020, and the ministry has put better systems in place where only the DPS and PAS admin only sign fuel slips. With that information that you're requesting, sir, I believe that the PS could furnish the committee sending a copy of the report, the police report, which you should have a copy of, sir. I think that should be furnished to the committee, but as to go and to start an investigation all over again, that is not a route that we should be taking.
Madam Chair, the investigation has been completed. I'm merely interested in the findings of the investigations. And I think the Public Accounts Committee...
Well, that will come through the report, sir.
The Public Accounts Committee has a right to inquire about the findings of the investigation.
I believe, sir, that I am not saying anything differently. What I am saying is that the Public Accounts Committee should be examining the report before we go on to those questions. We are yet to see the details that are within the report. When the report comes before us and we examine the report, then those questions can follow. At this point, we cannot say whether or not those information are within the report or whether it is not within the report. That is what I'm saying. I'm not trying
the accounting
to
officer,
take away
Madam
the
Chair,
info from you.
the accounting officer can certainly say whether that information is in the report or not. We don't know. That's why
We
we
are
inquiring.
asking for the report. Let us move. Let us try to move forward. This matter, I'm not closing it, Mrs. Siraj. The matter is not being closed off. I am saying that the committee will be furnished with the report, which we will examine.
Madam Chair, if I may, could I ask whether the accounting officer has a copy of the report on hand?
I did not pick up the voice. I'm sorry. Oh, Mr. Mahathir. Yes, he does, sir. And I'm saying that we can go through that report. The committee needs to be furnished with a copy of the report.
Madam Chair, I would want to intervene at this time.
Go ahead, Mr. Edgell.
This is the Public Accounts Committee, and accounting officers work out their accountability here. If the accounting officer cannot, I'm putting the question that I'm about to ask to the Auditor General for full disclosure. How many staff of the Ministry of Education or the department, whatever at the time, under the same paragraph 439 was implicated in facilitating this transaction of the illegal obtaining of fuel for personal use, not for government use? How many staff of the Ministry of Education was implicated?
That's structured. That's a very structured question. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, going through the report of the police based on the investigation.
Madam Chair, I'd like to interrupt. I don't want to hear about police. Police report is a different matter. I'll ask, did the Ministry of Education conduct a departmental investigation? That doesn't mean they can't do a departmental investigation. Did the Ministry of Education see the need to do a departmental investigation, a serious breach occurred? Did the Ministry of Education do a departmental investigation? We can talk about police report just now. Ministry of Education.
Mr. The accounting officer, sir, prior to the police report being filed altogether, I would only assume the police report was filed by the ministry and the administration. So the question that Mr. Edgell is asking is, prior to that report being filed, if the ministry itself conducted an internal investigation.
Correct. Yes, Madam Chair, the ministry would have done some internal investigation prior to handing the matter over to the police, and the persons implicated were first the person who had the responsibility for writing up and issuing those slips, and that's the transport officer, as well as the driver.
So those persons, the report that I'm just trying to get a train of events here, the persons that you are identifying there, when you reported the matter to the police, those are the names that was sent over in your report to the police.
Correct. And the police would have interviewed those persons.
How many persons?
2 persons within and 2 persons from Guyana that were responsible for managing and issuing and supervising fuel issuing from agencies. Those were the persons named, and of course, provided statements to the police as well as the internal ministry.
So forgive me for not being a bright bulb, but could you explain to me what was the system in place at the time for the obtaining of fuel? Walk PSC through.
We went through that question before, sir.
I asked to be excused if I came in back a little late. Please forgive me.
For the benefit of Mr. Edgell, could you please repeat your answer from prior?
Madam Chair, I'm reliably informed by the PS at the time that the system was one where the fuel books will be issued to the transport officer. They'll be checked and accounted for, received by the transport officer. The transport officer will ensure that those books are stamped and their sequence are noted because they're issued in sequence, number in sequence. And persons wanting to uplift fuel for official use will present to the transport officer the logbooks, those ones that are authorized by the ministry to present their logbooks for checks before issuing of the fuel slips.
Okay.
And once they're qualified for issuing or reissuing of fuel slips, the transport officer will provide their vehicles that would be provided based on a top-up and their vehicles that will be provided for in terms of a full tank. And so
let me just ask, the Ministry of Education has an asset register.
yes, Madam Chair.
So the authority to uplift fuel, was it based upon a memo that would have been sent to Guyana based upon vehicles that are on an asset register?
Correct.
So at all material times, Guyana would have known the vehicles that are authorized to collect fuel.
So I was informed, Honorable Member.
Good. Apart from the Auditor General finding this, that led to an exposure and then a police investigation, at any time was the Ministry of Education aware that there was a breach before the audit findings?
I'm told, Madam Chair, that this was only detected after the first report from the Auditor General.
It was only detected after the first report from the Auditor General. So,
sorry, 1 second.
Just have the details clarified, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair, the sequence of activities would suggest that the Ministry of Education commenced the investigation after some information went in to the internal audit department. And by the time the AG would have come around to do his audit, that was presented, as well as the police was called in, and so that information was passed on.
a follow-up, Madam Chair. In this system that you were explaining to us obtain, and forgive me for being absent when you went through it, how often reconciliation was done between Guyana and the ministry?
Reconciliation is a monthly activity, Madam Chair.
Who was responsible for doing the reconciliation?
The chief accountant is solely charged with that responsibility. The slips go straight into the chief accountant, and the chief accountant would spearhead that activity.
And in Gael's report, they would have had to indicate which vehicle collected fuel.
Based on that reconciliation exercise, that is how they...
No, in the system, once Gael issues fuel, the vehicle number is recorded on that issuance.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So the chief accountant, in doing the reconciliation, is supposed to check to ensure amounts collected and vehicles that collected. Am I correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
At any time was the chief accountant investigated?
I'm told that the chief accountant was never investigated.
Chief accountant was never
Do you
investigated.
have, if I can intervene at this point in time, we are speaking to who was and who was not investigated. Do you have within the police report a list of the persons that were investigated? Because again, I'm saying that this is a matter that an officer was charged for. So is there a list of the persons that were investigated, and are we saying with absolute certainty, because there's no one here from the police force who was and who was not investigated or questioned on these matters? Is that information that everyone here is furnished with to the best of their knowledge?
There's a police report, Madam Chair, and the police report, once the matter would have gotten to the police, they detail the persons of interest, and they collected statements from them, all inclusive of the PS at the time, who was Mr. Vibert Welch. And then they moved to the internal auditor, who provided statements. They moved to Guyana, where two managers were asked to provide statements. How can they not follow the list of inventory of vehicles provided? Then they went back to the transport officer, who provided a statement, an extensive one as well. And
wasn't that the same person among there that we were just told was not investigated, or are we speaking about someone else?
No, the chief accountant.
The chief accountant did not give a statement in that list. I'm just saying, when you're answering the questions, just to stick to the details before you.
Correct. So I'm saying no.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have some.
Chair, on a point of order.
Go ahead.
I would like to see the report before I proceed into asking for the questions. So I would like if the.
I will not decline my question.
I'm not asking you to decline your question.
Okay.
I never said we.
Well, I'm saying the committee could continue to work while you read the report.
I am not disputing that, comrade. I am saying that I would like for the PS who has the report, if he can provide it to the support staff that we have at Parliament, copies can be made and circulated, because I believe I have some questions, but I would like to see the report before the questions can be.
No, Mr. Michael, I just want to make clear at this point in time, the questions that are being facilitated right now, basically the answers that are given is based on the report before us, but however, that does not stop our first request that the report be furnished to the committee.
I'll be happy to get a report, but I would also like to ask the Auditor General or his designated representative to indicate to PAC, apart from the finding that this fuel was illegally obtained, where were the system breaches? Because part of the audit's job is to identify breaches of the system. Could you indicate to us where were the system breaches?
That's a question for the audit office. I'd like someone from the audit office, AG yourself, or you can designate someone to respond.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I have a copy of the police report, but I need to study it in order to see all the breaches.
Based on the response from the Auditor General, I'd like to support basically Mr. Mike Paul's request, because the Auditor General is saying yes, indeed, he does have a copy of the report, but he has to study it before he can give adequate information. This is not a case that we can take very lightly. All of these information and the questions being asked need to have very sound responses. And because of that, we all need to be furnished with that report in order to ask questions and for answers to be given accurately.
Madam Chair, just in case the Auditor General missed me, I was going to the police report. I'm going to the audit report. The auditor found this. Could the Auditor General's office tell us in his findings from his audit office, this is not a small matter. In 2017, on 13 instances, more than 45 gallons of fuel was uplifted. And it went to vehicles that would then belong to the ministry. The vehicles did not belong to the ministry. It's not one time it happened, 13 times. Where was the breakdown in the system? Was it at the ministry or was it Guyana? Even if a man in the ministry illegally signed an authorization for a vehicle to collect fuel, based upon the arrangement between the ministry and Guyana, where was the breakdown of the system?
Mr. Chair, to answer the member question. As indicated, your fuel were uplifted in 45-gallon drums. There's procedure to adhere to in terms of how these fuels should have been uplifted. Therefore, the internal control breach would have been reconciliation. And as the PS was saying, that there was an officer identified who should have been doing the reconciliation. That person should have been able to pick up that they are unauthorized vehicle uplifting fuel. In this case, I think, well, I will not say everything. What we need to do is to have breaches for the being a reconciliation and proper supervisory check. Thank you.
And AG, just to the purpose of clarification, based upon the system that you would have studied, that person would have been the chief accountant.
As what the PS said, yes.
And for the purpose of clarity, the transport officer who ended up being charged and so on, who was his superior officer? His or her? It's a male? I don't know.
There's DPS Finance is his ultimate supervisor. Sorry, admin.
And did the Ministry of Education, having discovered that a private individual has been collecting fuel in the name of the Ministry of Education, did we seek to ascertain who that individual was and what this fuel is being used for? And did we make any attempt to get it returned or compensated?
Go ahead, PS.
Mr. Chair, the report at the back would detail those who were involved and those who the police believe were should have been charged, and you'll see where the owners of the vehicle and those others who were involved who were charged taken before the court.
Mr. Chairman, the report don't seem to be a voluminous document. Could we get copies of it? 5 minutes, we could get copies of it. We've been asking for it.
For the court.
Because we're getting sterile answers to the report, as if what is on the report can be read out.
The report will be made. Sir, can we get staff to make some copies of the report for the members?
So in the meantime, Chair, can we move on to for the paragraphs?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just asking for that. Yeah, I didn't look at the paragraphs here.
Mr. Chair, did we close paragraph 37?
Yes.
I'm surprised that we way back here.
Yes. Yes.
I have a few questions in paragraph 437, Mr. Chairman.
It's already closed.
Paragraph 437 is closed?
Yes. Actually, we were at 461. I'm surprised that we are still asking question on 439.
When you said we are at 461, which means all the paragraphs between 437 to 461 was closed? My understanding is that the question was not put. You see, this is the difficulty we have. When we put a spread of paragraphs and we jump paragraphs and go to one.
Sir, we were on these paragraphs of over an hour. You were absent.
Yeah, but the point is, I'm asking if it has been closed. Am I understanding?
I'm saying this is where we are. You are accommodated by the chair because
No. When I came in, questions on 439 were being asked.
that was a question that was Mr. Siraj would have been allowed to ask because we were
Correct.
about to put 461. So I accommodated him and then I put 461.
Correct.
But we are proceeding.
Mr. Chairman, sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
If I can be given the floor, please. Mr. Chairman, I recall that honorable member was going on to 461, and you did indicate that we are not there as yet, and that is when I intervened with my question for 439.
No, she would have asked a question on 465, and I told her that we are at 461. And then you were about to ask a question on 439 before I put from 461 to 478, and I accommodated you. Then I gave Madam Fernandez chair.
I can understand the need for the rush, Mr. Chairman, but I do have some questions if I could be entertained. I did ask to be excused.
Yeah,
By the time when I asked to be excused, we were supposed to be examining the Ministry of Telecommunications, and I discovered that we skipped that and went straight to education. So in the circumstances, I would like to ask some questions.
Well, we will accommodate several other questions, then we will continue from where the paragraphs are put, which is 461 to 478. So I'll accommodate several more questions, and then we'll proceed to where we are presently, 461 to 478. For 2017 and 569 to 587 for 2018. Proceed.
Yes, I'm at paragraph 437. It is clear at this paragraph, sir, the sum of 2.099 billion was allocated for dietary during the period under review, which is 2017. Net allotments transfers from this line item totals 48.772 million, given a revised allotment of 2.050 billion. According to the appropriation account, amounts totaling 1.727 billion were expended as of 31st December 2017, resulting in an unspent sum of 323 million. The reasons for the unspent sum were reported earlier on the shortfall of expenditure. The sum expended, which is 1.727 billion, included expenditure for the school's feeding program. At 438, an audit examination was done on the records maintained by 11 schools, which included 5 and 6 schools in regions 7 and 9 respectively. The sum of 73.644 million was expended on the programs for the 11 schools. 4 of the 11 schools had 2,189 students who benefited from the program. The following discrepancies were found, which were similar and reported in 2016 report. So the discrepancies that are listed in 2017 was found in 2016. And if it is a repeat, it means there was a system failure. The system failure included, we could not determine whether the sum of 52.5 million received by 8 schools were deposited intact. My question, first question to the accounting officer, if we're giving money to schools, there must be a system of accountability, how this money is received, deposited, and expended. Why are we having this audit finding if we had it in 2016 and it was reported? Why it wasn't corrected in 2017 and we have a repeat?
Go ahead, PS.
Honorable Chair, there was special attention given to the school feeding program. Of course, the program was birthed from a special project that was sustained by the ministry. And as I explained earlier, I'm advised that the model of the program itself is one that engages communities as stakeholders at the school level, PTAs, and of course, the teaching staff of the school. The structure is put in place by getting the school feeding committee in place. And of course, there is training and orientation. And there is also the provision of records. There's a retention of someone to operate as the treasurer, someone who is told and who is oriented to do basic accounting and of course, record keeping and management of the books. The shortfall here or the issues relating to this program, I'm advised, as you will see the responses, the ministry recognized the shortfall and the issues relating to the breakdown of the program itself, and would have taken corrective action over time to train and develop staff who would make sure they manage it, including the 2 shower and the head teachers and so on, to control and supervise the program. That wasn't quite happening. And the ministry would have moved in and did a upgraded training for all the treasurers, hoping that they would make sure that they keep all the records intact. You'll see again, lack of capacity over time would have seen that all those records were not properly maintained. And therefore, the issues that as highlighted by the Auditor General. And so, going forward, Mr. Chair, as I said, the reasons why the expansion didn't take place is because they couldn't get the basics right in terms of operating those that were up and running, and they couldn't get the system to expand, that is, to get more treasurers trained, more committees established, and to operate an efficient program.
So a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. This program you said was a follow-on from a funded program. I think it was funded by the World Bank before. That came to an end sometime in 2014, 2015. And then government of Guyana stepped in to start funding it. Were the systems that were in place when this program was being funded by the World Bank changed when it was being funded by GOG? Or it was the same system?
Except for the staff level where I understand some of the specialists who were engaged left because of the project funding and the type of salary associated with funding at that level. Nothing has changed. Nothing changed from the rollout or the sustaining of the program with the ministry.
So the monies were given to the individual committee. They were to source supplies from the community to benefit the village economies, proper systems of payments, and everything had to be recorded. And at all material times, a committee managed that program. Then there was a layer of supervision from the ministry to ensure compliance with those systems in place. Was that layer maintained?
That layer was maintained. The impression, well, in fact, the report by the PS at the time, where the deficiency existed was at the level of the community, where those committees dissolved and no longer people were volunteering and so on.
But we have a situation here at sea. There was no evidence of supervisory checks of cash books by the management committee in 3 schools. Supervisory checks were also absent in the stock ledger and goods received book for the 6 schools in Region 9. The lack of supervisory checks, which is a key control, can facilitate the perpetration of wrongdoing without prompt detection. supervisory checks, tell us what was happening here, that supervisory checks were not being done. We were short-staffed, people were removed, people were doing other jobs. What was the situation here? This is an important matter.
Again, Mr. Chair, it points clearly to the management structure, and the supervisory check really was one that should have been given by the management committee. The management committee, as explained before, comprised two show chairpersons, volunteers of PTAs, and so on. So this refers directly to what was happening at that management committee's level. And of course, over time, the extension of the supervisory checks should have been administered from the ministry's central level, and that was detected once they get in there. Every time they checked, they found that these deficiencies exist, and there was a high turnover rate. So they weren't talking to the same person every time they go there to correct these issues, to enhance what is the delivery of this program. They were replacing, and they were trying to just keep the program going.
Mr. Chairman, I know the PS is a man that is very versed in the logistics of these areas. And even during the time of the funding of the World Bank program, it is because of the logistics that exists in these far-flung areas, systems were put in place. That is why my first question is, if anything changed, the arrangements that were put in place was as a result of the logistical difficulties and all the rest of it. What changed?
Could I ask a follow-up on that too?
Could I get an answer to that first, please?
But my question is in tandem with what you're asking. When the World Bank manned the program, were the criteria that the government put in place the same with respect to the check and balances, or was it a different arrangement? And who manned the work of the World Bank while they were manning it? Was it the same two shows and such like?
Mr. Chair, in fact, the person who headed the World Bank's program is a person transitioned into the ministry to head this program. And based on those reports from the World Bank project, all those recommendations would have been conformed with over time. And that's based on my research and based on the report of the former PSs. However, it was highly voluntary at the level of management committee at the community level. And just like the honorable member would have explained, it was intended to get the community involved in partnering in helping to deliver education. And in this particular program, the intention was to get the learners to the school, provide them with a hot meal, and hope that not only attendance, but performance will be enhanced. And therefore, it was thought that the community participation was necessary to make it work. And we'll know over time, you can attract people to volunteer, but to sustain that interest and keep that interest at the right level and to make it efficient requires another intervention. In fact, a stipend was given to the people who were cooking. And by the time it got out to this period of time where they recognize this is much more than just volunteering and receiving a stipend, they were demanding a salary after a time because they saw it as like a duty, as a responsibility of work, and so on. And so the waning of what is the interest of the communities was evident, and therefore I believe that what might have happened is that you needed to adopt the model that was used then for one that is more professionalized so that you can have good accounting and people who are answering to you on a daily basis.
Mr. Chairman, Budget 2022 made provision for the expansion of the school feeding program. Could you indicate to us at PAC, in light of what you just said, what systems are in place to ensure accountability in the expanded version?
Sir, we are dealing with 2017 and 2018. We're not at 2022.
But we have examined here before, Mr. Chairman, what systems are in place to prevent a reoccurrence.
Sir, we are 2017 and 2018. The systems that were in place then, this is what the PS will answer to.
Well, I will ask a simple question. What systems are in place to prevent a reoccurrence?
Sir, I'm going to facilitate 2 more questions on this item, and then we will move to the paragraphs that were proceed.
I understand the haste.
Could you repeat your question for the honorable member?
Could the accounting officer tell PAC what systems have been put in place to prevent reoccurrences of this nature?
There is not major overall, but there is a central committee that is now doing a rethink. And the honorable minister herself would have made some pronouncements on the direction these programs are going, the school feeding program. And so there is a much more involved central planning arrangement to look at not only what happened before, but our intentions to expand. And of course, guided by some of these weaknesses, how can we better account for efficient delivery of this program? And so going forward, it is expected that both at the central level, there will be a lot more strengthening of that group there to manage, and the adjustments at the committee level that is needed, where we'll have to professionalize a little bit more, including the cooks and those who manage the program will be taken care of already. At the center, all the accounting tools that are required are produced, including the books for what is the letters for the statements, goods and goods received and expenditure and so on and so on. And so we expect a turnaround once we start in 2022.
Member of Finance?
Sir, just a follow-up on our response. I'm listening to the response from the PS, and I'm hearing that the system that is going to be used to safeguard, so to speak, against sort of any wrongdoing, is a system in which there's going to be a lot more oversight and management done centrally. So my question is, when it comes to the level of who are the staff, for example, the cooks, the kitchen staff altogether, is that something that is going to be determined centrally as well?
Sorry, honorable member, we recognize that while we were doing this program, at the center, the staff was basically 3 persons. And so we relied heavily on what is the committee of management that's in place. So we were just facilitating training and ensuring that they report properly to the center. So it's not centrally controlled per se. It's happening on the ground, but there is some central element of reporting. And so we're strengthening what is happening at the community base so that the program can be delivered.
Essentially, elements of reporting. So whatever is going on locally will be reported so that there's going to have oversight essentially.
Correct.
But not necessarily a direct hand in day-to-day management as to what is
Correct.
going on, obviously. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed in the response that is circulated to us, the findings were addressed in a training exercise. I guess that is to improve the systems. But how would you answer the findings of where the monies were kept in the personal in the personal with the person of the treasurer or the personal account of the treasurer? How did we rectify that? Is that continuing or what is happening? How?
The reality on the ground is one that will challenge this program even when you do the adjustments. And these are mainly school feeding program is all across the hinterland region and of course the riverine areas. And we mentioned some of the schools earlier. So take, for example, barometer. Based on the school's population, you'll be taking in there, let's say, about $178,000 a month. The person who controls that for expenditure, buying of the little fish or tennis ball or whatever it is, would be the treasurer who would account for that. There's no solid safekeeping arrangement in that school itself unless you go out to the shop owner or the person providing you with the goods and pay off the cash once you deliver it to the community. And so you'll see that same issue relating to a lot of those schools across the hinterland, where there's no safekeeping box in the school. Let's say the school itself. If you leave it there, you wouldn't find it when you go back there.
And the village councils can help?
And in some cases, they work with the village council. That's why they say the 2 showers involved. And very often, that is some of the issues. If you give it to this village, that might be some of the issues with the cash being kept by a person rather than a safekeeping box and a safekeeping system.
So we are still at that point.
Wherever there's an opportunity for a government building in the area to safekeep the funds, that is what will be used. So for example, if there's a close by police station, we'll be recommending that the money be kept there and so on and so forth, or any other safe arrangement.
I have a question, PS, in that regard. Is there internet access there? And if so, the shopkeeper or whoever is the treasurer or whatever, could there be a system where this money is paid or transferred through a cash app to the treasurer who incrementally deposit that amount for whatever goods to the shop owner via cash app, and you have a system that could monitor that rather than somebody having liquid cash? I mean, we pay people via cash app right out here. So can that same system be applied? I think that would be something that the ministry should consider doing.
Mr. Chair, maybe going forward, but the current state of affairs, the government is now looking at a massive rollout of connectivity all across the hinterland region. The ministry itself is working to get all its e-working platforms up for education delivery. We're not quite there yet. And on top of that, our system would not allow us to use those apps yet by law. And so I'd imagine once we're at that place where it's possible, it might very well be a convenient option available to us.
Mr. Chair, at 545 of 2018, which addresses the same issue. This time the audit was not conducted in 7 and 9, which have serious logistical issues. This is reporting on 2, region 2. Easy accessible, one day you could go, come back out. At 8, there was no evidence of supervisory checks of cash books by the management committee. The lack of supervisory checks, which a key control feature can be facilitate the perpetration of wrongdoing without prompt action. Simple thing, assets were not marked to easily identify them as a property of the ministry, which means things we buy for the feeding program were not properly marked. C, cash was kept in the personal possession of the treasurer, thus compromising the safety of public funds. There are banks in region 2. Bank reconciliation statements were not presented for audit for the period under review. Food handler certificates are required for the preparation of meals, however, they were not presented for audit examination. Management controls. How are we going to explain this? Because I could understand 9, I could understand barometer out in 1. This is 2 now. 545 of 2018.
Mr. Chair,
go ahead, PS.
The PS who was close and intimate to the transition of this thing from a World Bank program to a sustainable program in the ministry is here. Before I ask her to speak, I want to say that 2 things. That irrespective of region 1, 2, towards proximity to Georgetown, the model is still the same. You apply the program not to and Regina, not to Abramsville, but to Tapakumo and Kapui and Mainsay, where, as explained here, is it to show that you're relying on heavily, is the village management, PTA, and so on. And if we know the story, I'm not saying that we must accept less, but I'm saying if we know the story, then you'll see where the model itself applies there irrespective of proximity. We need to address that. So the example, for example.
We don't have any fast track, so we don't waste time. Can you name the 5 schools in Region 2 that the auditors examine? Make sure it's the field and the Kuma, Lovely Palm, Sunday.
Members will accommodate 2 more questions on this.
Right,
sir, before you answer.
Mr. Chair.
Before, sir, I'll accommodate 2 more questions before we go to the paragraphs that were put, 461 to 478 and 569 to 586. Proceed, honorable member. Yes, he has the floor.
Mr. Chair, I'll have to defer that one because I have 2 sheets. One is summary numbers and the other is region 7 and 9. So I don't have the region 2.
Would a week suffice in you providing PSU that information? PS, can you provide PSC that information within a week's time?
Will do, Mr. Chair.
You are about to allow the former PS to provide an additional response to the question that was posed.
So I'll now invite PS Adele to speak to the model as it relates to the school feeding. And we were looking at the failure of what is the management committee at the community level.
Go ahead, PS.
Good afternoon, everyone. In terms of the transition from the World Bank project to the government taking over this program, I was not the PS at the ministry at the time, because that happened sometime back around 2014, 2015, and I was not there. I served from June 10, 2018. In relation to the management committee, what PS King would have stated is exactly what has been happening. And one of the things that has been a challenge is because of all the changes, the turnover. You always have a high turnover of the committee. So you may have somebody here this month, next 2 months, they're not there. So we always had to be doing training with the persons to ensure that we have some level of supervisory going on at the time. Thank you.
Thank you, yes. Members, paragraph 461 to 478. Proceed.
Thank you.
So we accommodate several questions on the report for paragraphs 439 that we were waiting at.
At paragraph 8, Clyde Fowler added that there is an authorized signatory and there is no other authorized to sign on his behalf upon request by him, fuel books consisting of 50 pages and so on. The fuel slip when signed it is stated is given to the driver of the ministry to go and get the fuel. So in order for an unauthorized person or an unauthorized vehicle to uplift fuel, a fuel slip have to be given to a driver. It's stated in your report. How did the fuel slips get to the unauthorized person? Is it one driver that picked up all 13?
One driver collected all 30.
One driver.
And the report is suggesting that it might be a matter of theft and not uplifting.
Theft of the
slips.
So then the authorized signature would have signed these slips ahead of time.
I would have presumed so, sir. It could have been forged.
At 11, Mark Samuels was arrested on the 23rd of the 8th month, 2018, told of the allegations, and in a written statement under caution admitted on one occasion, he saw the fuel slip fell out of Clyde Fowler's transport officer pocket, and he picked it up and was used by him, accompanied by UC Rollins, to uplift fuel. And that occasion was the only time he collected fuel. A confrontation was held between UC Rollins and Mark Samuels, where UC Rollins denied what was said by Mark Samuels. Handwriting specimens were collected from both Mark Samuels and UC Rollins, which were analyzed and proved negative. Now, if the fuel slip fall out of the transport officer pocket and a man pick it up, the fuel slip was already prepared and he can use it.
So are we not accommodating these hypotheticals?
You're not what?
These are hypothetical scenarios you put.
No, we're not.
Yes.
The report is saying handwriting, specimen.
But you're asking about you're saying if a receipt from someone fell out of his pocket. I mean, those are hypothetical scenarios you put into the PS. We cannot accommodate that. Let us structure our questions based on what the report is saying.
Yeah, but I just read what the report says. I could read it over.
You did, but then you put a hypothetical in place so the PS to respond to, and we will not accommodate that.
Is it normal for a transport officer to be walking around with fuel request forms in his pocket, prepared for vehicle? Or is that something that is done at the desk where it is properly documented?
My understanding is that this is an office exercise, so I wouldn't accept that a driver walking around, or in fact, a transport officer walking around with slips.
The vehicle PTT 8447 was a vehicle that was owned by Mark Samuels.
In the same report, Mr. Chair, you'll see where efforts were made to establish the owners of the vehicles. And you'll see where apparently a few of them, I don't know if they were fake numbers or whatever, they didn't track those numbers in the registration process or the system.
You want to point me to that page?
Sir, the report should be read in its entirety and not just cherry picking paragraphs to formulate questions. Because if you read it, you will see. Just let us read the entire report and then formulate the question.
Mr. Chairman, we asked for this report. This report has just arrived, and we're taking a read of it and we're asking questions because you were about to close these paragraphs without this report being interrogated, which was the subject of many questions. And I would appreciate that we slow down with the haste. I understand the anxiety to get over this.
There's no haste. I'm saying it makes sense to read the report then ask the questions. Because if you cherry pick from a paragraph, you will see further down that was already addressed in the report.
Well, could you point me to the paragraph that I did not read, Mr. Chairman, that where it was addressed? Could you point me?
Question.
I'm asking for your help. Could you point me to the paragraph?
I'm saying,
Could you point me
read
to
the
the
paragraph in its entirety and formulate the questions. That is evident as that what you are doing.
I'm asking a simple question because at paragraph, let me go back to it. Paragraph 14, a confrontation was held between Dion Alfred and Mark Samuels, where Dion Alfred repeated his story, saying that on 4 occasions, Mark Samuels used his motor vehicle PTT 8447 and went to Guyana Region Street Branch to uplift fuel in pails and return the same to the Demerara Ice Factory, where it was deposited in drums. He also went for fuel with motor vehicle GBV 453, which belonged to the Demerara Ice Factory Company Limited. I'm asking if PTT 8447 belonged to Dion Alfred or it belonged to Mark Samuels.
Did the report state who the vehicle belonged to?
Except for the para 6. What it says here is Harold Baldi, CRA license office provided some information. It says motor vehicle GPP 103, GPP 703, GPP 83, 57, and GVV 445 were not registered motor vehicles within the GRA database.
Right, but PTT 8447, which is what I'm questioning, was registered.
Correct.
And I'm asking a simple question. So you help me.
Mr. Chair, paragraph 12, PTT 8447 said it was owned by Dion Alfred, the father of the other Diana, that both have the same name.
Paragraph 12 provide the owner of that vehicle.
And I have read that paragraph and I'm coming to the questions there. That's why I'm asking about the ownership of the vehicle. And we are confirming that the vehicle was owned based upon the report by the father. But I don't see anywhere in this report where an investigation was mounted at the Demerara Ice Factory and Lillian Akiong, where this fuel was allegedly deposited. I don't see anywhere in this report or anything that you have said that any of these persons were charged, investigated, or even asked to compensate for the fuel.
Mr. Chair, not throwing anyone on the bus, but based on the information I received from the former PS, as well as the staff who operate within the ministry and the finance section, because we are hoping to strengthen whatever this is suggesting to us that is not working. We relied on the competent and legal authority to investigate something we don't have the capacity to do, and to take the lead in taking us where this thing will go to its natural conclusion. And so the outcome of this, as well as the court matter, is what really was out of our hand. And we didn't see any other recommendation based on what they suggested, where we should be going internally.
Yes, because the honorable member's question, but what he's not seen in the report. I mean, you cannot provide a response to why that is not in the report. The police conducted an investigation and concocted this report. So your question therefore has to be put to the police why they didn't put it in the report. Probably they didn't see it fitting to put in the report. They are the investigating officers who put forward this document. The police They are the competent authority, not us.
Mr. Chair.
So your question probably misdirected to the PS.
While I hear your comments, the Ministry of Education and its accounting officer, apart from the police, have a responsibility to account for public funds. And if monies were spent for the obtaining of fuel that did not go for the benefit of the Ministry of Education, and a police investigation directs that in the course of this investigation, this fuel was taken to a certain place, to a certain person. Did we follow up to see if the person who was the beneficiary of the fuel was a family, business associate of this person, so we could make arrangements to get these monies recouped? Or did we just leave them at the police to it?
Sir.
Maybe I'm foolish.
Sir, I won't want to answer that question. But sir,
this is corruption, Mr. Chairman.
Sir,
this is real corruption.
Sir, the PS.
We talk about it, now we be excusing it.
The ministry recognizing this brought in the police. The police conducted an investigation. What more can you ask of the PS or the ministry to do? They have acknowledged that a wrongdoing was done and they put it towards the law enforcement to conduct an investigation. And an investigation was done, a report was put forward, and this is the report that we have here. If you are not satisfied with the report, then we could probably ask the police to go back and do another investigation to satisfy you. But this is what we have. And it, because the PS was being responsible, it was put before the police to do an investigation. Member of Finance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the same paragraph, I just want to say that, sir, repeatedly when I ask questions and we have discussions of these matters at the PAC, I speak to moving forward and how do we correct what is being done as is, because, and I often ask it because I make the point time and time again that we come year after year and we discuss matters that has been occurring forever. We discuss issues that has not been fixed. I am listening to the discussions and the questions being asked as it pertains to fuel and lubricants that comes on in the Ministry of Education, and obviously, these things just don't happen overnight, sir. And picking up even out of the 2014 report, it says that in 2013, the sum of 25.783 million was expended on the purchase of fuel and lubricants, and an examination of the related records revealed that the ministry had not corrected discrepancies. Sir, it spoke at the Ministry of Education I'm referring to, sir. In 2014, it says that there was a lack of control over fuel slips used by drivers for the collection of fuel from guy oil. This is what is reported in the Auditor General's report from 2014, sir. It said it was observed that for the period under review, the slips were not numbered. It was not preparing duplicates, and because of that, it could not be ascertained whether the quantities stated thereon were the actual quantities authorized. These are the systems in which these things stem for. And unless we fix these systems, we will be in a position that every single year we come and discuss the same matter. This is what we're discussing right now, the 2017, 2018. It didn't happen then. It didn't start then, sir. I am highlighting 2014. The Auditor General report picks up the lack of control in the use of the slips by the drivers from the Ministry of Education in obtaining fuel from guy oil. So how do we move forward? What is in place now to safeguard against these things right now?
Yes, could you prefer a response to that question?
Mr. Chair, like I mentioned earlier, the unit that is responsible for vehicles management, fuel issuing, monitoring, checking, and working along with the finance for reconciliation, among other things, is really the admin department as led by the DPS admin, quite a high office. The slippages as it relates to the system itself would have been detected as fundamental of slips being marked or numbered in duplicates or triplicates for tracking those issues and so on. The system is one now where at the internal system of control is where the DPS will provide direct supervision of, first of all, issuing of those fuel slips or the books for those fuel slips. And that in itself would be controlled. So you can't issue one of that unless you can account for the one that was given before. And then the internal control of the drivers presenting their logbooks, that too is checked by the next level of staff, not the transport officer anymore. That is checked by the PAS admin. So there's that second layer of observation, checking of books, and control as well. So of course it needs tightening as you go because everyone would learn the system and try to get around. So we'll have to do a lot more work to tighten and ensure that the leakages are reduced, if not altogether eliminated.
Good. I will accept that as the final question and response to that paragraph.
I have a question on the report, please.
We'll accommodate 2 more questions on this report before we proceed.
Like I said, I repeatedly want to say I understand the haste. On the 10th of the 10th month, at paragraph 15, upon conclusion of the confrontation between Mark Samuels and Dion Alfred, Mark Samuels further indicated in a written statement on the caution that he did collect fuel slips from UC Rollins and uplifted fuel from Guy Oil Regent Street branch and sold the fuel to Lillian Akiyoung and Dion Alfred, and what Dion Alfred said is the truth. He is willing to repay for the fuel if the opportunity was granted. He was willing to repay for the fuel if the opportunity was granted. Paragraph 16. On the 10th, Lillian Akiyoung was arrested and told of the allegations which was made by Mark Samuels against her. She denied and refused to submit a written statement. A confrontation was held between herself and Mark Samuels, where she denied what Mark Samuels said. In summary, this is a police report. It is clear that Mark Samuels is the mastermind behind the dishonest fuel act. When confronted, he did admit to uplifting fuel from Guy Oil, Regent Street branch, when he was not authorized to do so. Additionally, Mark Samuels implicated UC Rollins as the person who gave him the fuel slips, who in turn denied. Also, Lillian Akiyoung, manager of Demerara Ice Company Limited, was identified as a purchaser of the unlawfully obtained fuel, which she in turn was denied, which she in turn also denied.
We have the report. Can you ask the question,
Unfortunately, sir? Mr. Chairman, I will not be silent. I'm reading and answering my question.
We have the report.
Unfortunately for Mr. You don't want the public to know, that's your problem. You don't want the public to know what the report says. And I'm reading it.
Why you want the public to know?
Unfortunately, Mr. Lillian Akiyoung, Mark Samuel's story coincided with Adrian Alfred and Charles Prophet, both employees of Demerara Ice Factory Limited. Adrian Alfred, being an employee at Demerara Ice Factory Company Limited, upon instructions used his father's motor vehicle, PTT 8447, to uplift the said fuel, which was unlawfully obtained unknowingly of what was really transpiring. On all occasions, he noted Mark Samuels' presence when going for the fuel. It was suggested that Mark Samuels be charged. So the man whose vehicle was used, PS, to pick up the fuel with the Ministry of Education slips. His father owned the vehicle, like the police report says, and his father worked at Demerara Ice Company Limited. In your departmental review, did you seek at any time the ministry, especially when somebody was willing to pay back for the fuel, to get the monies recouped.
Before you respond to that question, yes, let me make it abundantly clear to the honorable member, Bishop Edger. Under my chairmanship, the Public Accounts Committee,
selectively,
as a result of my proposition, is live for the entire public and the world to see.
It was always live, sir.
It was
Always
never live.
Always
And it's
live.
under my tenure, it is live for the all of Guyana and the world to see. So I have nothing to hide or whatever it is that you want to see. I don't want to make public.
That's what you're trying to do.
So that is out of place as usual from you.
Was always
all right. So let us
and the media.
Let us take that notion out of,
so
of
on
this
a point
discussion.
of order, when it comes to the report that we are looking at, I just want to remind the committee, sir, that this matter actually had a conclusion by the court, and this police report that is being read from did an investigation with all those names that are being called out there, sir. And at the end of that, the officer involved was charged, not all of those persons there. The police did their investigation and they determined who was to be charged, and that person was charged.
But
so I don't even know. I am still on the floor, sir. I was not interrupting when you were on the floor. I was not interrupting when you were on the floor.
Go ahead.
Yes, proceed.
Sir, I don't even know if we should be even calling those persons' name out, given that the police did their report. And at the end of it, sir, after that report was done, someone was charged. So I don't even know if we should or if we can be calling those persons' name out like that. No, we cannot determine that those persons are implicated. No, we cannot. We cannot. And sir, on that note, I will repeat my point. On that note that Mr. Escher just made, that I'm trying to suppress things from under the AP and UFC, I will remind the committee of what I just said, that it was since in 2013 and 2014 Auditor General's report that the Auditor General himself was identifying the failures in the system. And it's stated here, sir, that June 2013, a sum of 25.783 million was expended on the purchase of fuel. And you know what, sir? There was a lack of control over the fuel slips used by the drivers for the collection of fuel from Guyana. Don't come and say that this was under the AP and UFC administration. When in 2013, 2014, the system was in place for that corruption to be done. So don't you dare come and make that accusation right now. I will not accept it, sir.
Mr. Chairman, you told me a little earlier when I asked.
Oh, now you want us to move forward?
No. When I asked the question, you told me that I can't ask that question. If there's a system failure, I admit there's a system failure.
Well, that is where you need to go.
Nobody will use this Public Accounts Committee.
Including you, sir.
Right. And I will not allow the chairman to dictate to me what questions I could ask about corruption when it is recorded.
I have never done so.
General's report.
I have never done so.
That's what you're attempting to do.
I have never done so.
That's what you're attempting to do.
I am saying read the report in its entirety before you ask a question. Don't cherry pick the report.
You didn't want me to read.
I tell read.
I'm asking the question. If someone admitted to their participation and was willing to pay back the money, why didn't we accept the repayment?
Sir, the matter was before the police and it went to the court.
If a man says, I commit a crime and I want to make it clean, why you can't pay back the money?
That's not the ministry to make that determination. The police has to make that determination. The police, not the ministry or the PS. Members, we had 461 to 478 and 569 to 587. It is corruption
no matter how you twist it. Excuse it.
Members, do we have any other questions on these proposed ministries?
Yeah, questions, sir. I will not be wrong. And precisely that I will not be wrong, because that's the attempt here. Corruption.
Mr. Chairman, at 5/70/2018.
You have the floor, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is reported here that the shortfall was a result from poor design of the office building at 21 Brick Dam, and the contract was canceled. My question was, this design contracted out? And if so, what was the contract sum?
Yes. So yes, Mr. Chair, the contract was awarded to ERW. The details I'm asking my engineer to provide. Mr. Chair, go ahead, Pierre. The answer is yes. We're trying to pull the contract. The engineer hasn't had the contract. In fact, he didn't work with the contract. Trying to find it. Yes, Mr. Chair. The awarded sum that went to Binoro, Wilshire, and Partnership is $64,000 US, $425. Thank you. Siraj, do you have a follow-up?
Not at this point, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I'm at 5/75 of 2018.
Proceed.
The sum of 148,109,000 was expended on payments of salaries, gratuity, and vacation allowance to the project coordinator, project officer education, project officer civil works, and procurement officer, finance officer, and administrative officer. This comprising 88.5% of the components of expenditure for the year under review. An examination of the payroll file, vouchers, and employees' contract revealed the following observations. There was no indication of the employee's contract. Who will be responsible for the paying over a PAYE and national insurance scheme deductions? However, during the year under review, the employees were paid the basic salary as per contract. First question, why was there an omission? Is this a normal contract or this is a special contract?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm advised that the normal procedure for engagement of persons on special projects, foreign funded projects, would allow them to take care of their own PAYE responsibility as well as NIS.
But that should have been stated in the contract. If the ministry is not responsible for making the deductions, that clause should say the person engaged is the person that have to make these contracts. That's not a normal clause. Why that clause wasn't there?
Can we ask the FS to give a response, since this is a comes under his portfolio, those international contracts? Mr. Pasha? Is the Accountant General online. I'm seeing the FS, but I'm not hearing them. Okay, you want to attempt to buffer a response? Huh? Yes, yes. He's muted. Go ahead, PSK.
No, just like I explained earlier, it is practice that foreign funded projects employees not enjoy, but the contracts are not like the locally funded projects and or regular fixed employment contracts. So they're required to take responsibility for their own NIS and GRA.
Yes.
But Mr. Chairman, while I agree with the PS that has been the practice, the contract always states that the person engaged is responsible for these matters. So the sum that you are paid, you have to do your own deductions by your own returns. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So why the contract did not have that clause?
Based on the explanation, it might only be an oversight, but I don't have one of those contracts to exactly go through the template. Because if they use the local template, the template that's for local employees, then maybe it would not have been there as an article. So it might have been an oversight. I'm reliably informed by the former PS.
But you are aware that based upon our law, once you're engaged and you're being paid with public funds, you have a responsibility to honor your tax obligations as well as your NIS payments. So whether that discharge will be done by the ministry or the individual, a contractual obligation must state who will discharge that responsibility.
I'm not so sure what instrument directs that the foreign funded projects, including UNESCO, UNDP and so on, World Bank employees, because some of these people are listed.
If you're exempt from payment of taxes, yes, it is stated. If you're exempt from payment of taxes, and I wish the FS could get on the phone, it is stated. These are standard things. Because you're a Guyanese, but you're working for a foreign agency, you might be exempt from taxes. But the contract states that.
So like we said, Honorable Sir, that the former PS reliably informed me that while it was a practice, it might have been an oversight. It's something that we'll have to follow up on.
Yeah, but PS, the ministry has been engaged with these projects before. So
correct.
One is of the view that they would have used templates of those contracts that they previously used before working with these international agencies. So the presumption is that is what was followed. But what we would like is for you to provide us with that information and we will seek clarity from the FS with respect to the normal practice of how these contracts are to be penned.
Could I ask, Mr. Chairman, that the Auditor General who made this finding, if he could explain to us what was irregular, why he recorded this? Because there are contracts that are followed and the Auditor General examined these contracts. Could they tell us?
Go ahead, AG.
Mr. Chair, as pointed out by the honorable member, if you're exempted, say on a UNDP or IDB project, and you get exemption, then you don't have to pay the PAYE. And we were looking to see in the contract who is the responsibility to pay this PAYE and NIS. There's also a further document that the PS could maybe say whether he has submitted Form 2 return of these employees to the Commissioner General GRA, so that they could do the reconciliation to see that they don't come out of the tax net. In other words, it's a follow-up to ensure their capture.
Okay. Is the FS on? Yes. Okay, yes. So you're so guided.
Would be, sir.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we examine B, why this particular approach was made for payments? Because these forces were contracted for periods. Payroll was not prepared for salary payments. Instead, payments were made using an expense voucher and paid over by check or cash, which is highly unusual. Cash?
Again, Mr. Chair, I question it as well. But you'll find, like I've said, the staff on the foreign funded projects, and we refer to CDB, World Bank, and so on. The engagement is not the regular fixed establishment contractual staff for the public service. It's a special engagement. And if I had my HR file here on all the staff there, you'll see where some of them are recorded, even as consultants, for example. And therefore, a contract is generated for service provision. And once the service is provided in that form, then the payment is invoiced as against a pay sheet. And that is how that person is paid. And so we can provide a summary of all of that, the terms and conditions of all foreign funded projects and their staff, and how they were paid. And that, of course, would have had to be given. What is a no objection from the foreign funding agency, as all employment is required for those agencies.
Now, a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Was this a PIU that was established?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So if it's a PIU that was established, that was managing a project that is being executed on the behalf of the Ministry of Education, a special account had to be opened to facilitate transfers of money from that funding agency to the PIU for the implementation of the project. And part of those transfers would have had to facilitate salaries. Salaries for PIUs are not on the current side of the budget. They are paid through the capital budget. But that PIU must indicate through a process the payment of these staff. That is not what the Auditor General has found. And why was payment made in cash?
Honorable Member, you said you're correct. The FS is not online, but the former PS who was a DPS finance and has some amount of authority in finance matters would tell you that that was common practice, and I rather suspect we'll have to check it again. It will be current practice as it relates to how foreign funded projects are treated. They're all treated as capital, and they're provided through the budget as capital, all lines. And like I've said, as it relates to salary and emoluments, they're treated as service providers, hence the payment by way of check. And of course, all of that conforms to international best practices, for which all these agencies have provided no objections.
Yes.
So if at all you want to hear from the former PS who has authority in finance on this matter, either maybe add or maybe make some adjustments to my submission, she might be willing to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask
That we hear from the person, especially if that person was at the desk while this transaction took place, so we could get clarity.
Go ahead, PS.
So this particular issue, what Mr. King, PS King outlined in terms of the payments, that is what would usually occur. But in terms of this particular issue, outside of the check or the cash part of it, I cannot provide that response to this particular issue right now because I don't have the benefit of the documentation before me to respond to that. But generally, the foreign funded projects they are treated as service providers.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. Could the PS confirm that all of these staff who were engaged, that none of them were full-time staff of the ministry that was doing project work and being paid top-up? This was not a top-up, but this was a full payment of separate from being engaged with the ministry.
When we check by name, they're full-time engagements for the project execution.
They were not on the ministry's
They're
payroll.
not on the payroll.
So this is not top-up being paid.
Not top-up, sir.
So the concern that I have, because these were the people who are coming in at a senior level, and there has been a policy direction a long time now, that wherever it's possible, cash for payments must be deposited into people's bank account. It is the same PIU that is paying themselves that was also responsible for the preparation of their payments. Am I correct?
The foreign funded projects, Mr. Chair, as a layer of central management control, supervision, and so on. And you'll find the FS is on call and maybe better able to speak to this issue. So preparation for payment, I'd imagine, is a routine operation. But in terms of the transaction itself, the FS has to give, there's no objection to all payments through these foreign funded projects. And it has to pass through what is the accounting officer's desk to so facilitate.
But the question that I'm asking, sir, and I'm glad that you brought that layer of control, but in terms of a PIU managing a project, it is the PIU based upon contracts that facilitate the initial and startup requisition for payments. And then that is approved. And it goes to the FS purely to ensure that monies have been budgeted and you're paying the money from the proper line and the proper project, and there's not an over expenditure. That's what the FS does. You as the accounting officer, or whoever is the accounting officer, have to sign off satisfactory performance of these portions and all the rest of it to facilitate the payment. And I still can't find out why in 2018, consultants or PIU officials are being paid in cash. That's a serious matter.
Do you have any additional question, members?
On which paragraph, sir?
On the paragraphs that were put.
Where's the last paragraph that was put? May you remind us?
586 is the last paragraph for 2018. 7478 is the last paragraph for 2017.
I have just a follow-up, sir.
Go ahead.
Can the PS say how how is the ministry moving forward with the overpayment of the net salaries of $4,895,000
That's expired.
from 465, sorry, paragraph 465. And deductions totaling $464 million rather. These were amounts overpayment from during the period 2010 to 2015. I am noting here that only sums totaling $507,767 were repaid, despite ads in the newspaper. So between 2010 to 2015, over almost $5 million in overpayment of salaries and $1.464 million in deductions still to be recovered. How does the ministry plan on moving forward with this?
Mr. Chair, the issue of staff overpayment runs across agencies and sometimes can be a real difficult challenge. And I say this to say because we would have checked with a number of agencies, including the police, to establish how to treat with such issues. And we would have been so directed, and in the first case, it's not criminal because the money went into the bank account. It's one of the issues or disadvantages of paying through the bank system as against cash on the desk. And what happens, a clever Joe would know that the payday is the 21st, but he's been paid to work until the 31st or the 28th or the 30th, it depends on what the month is. And so anything collects after he leaves the system is considered overpayment. And compute against that would be the benefits like NIS, GRA, and so on and so on. So the difficulty there is always how to know, first of all, get an early warning that people will be leaving the system. So when they're on resignation, we're acting on that. On any alert from their heads and supervisors, we're acting on that. But outside of that, we also have an engagement with the bank where we're allowed now to reclaim any deposit if we know that we deposited salaries and the person's leaving the system. So that too is working. But as it relates to recovering on payments already made, beyond this 559, we will have exhausted most of our tries, including public advertisement, knocking at doors, calling in and so on, checking around ministries to see if people are still engaged around the government system. And this is as far as we got with this. So I don't know that there can be efforts beyond this that would see us get better returns. But I think we will still pursue. But in going forward, we try to put those other systems in place. Early warning and alert from heads and to tell us if people are leaving, cautioning of staff to make sure that they know it's not a nice thing so to do, to leave with funds in their accounts that they didn't work for. And in the other case, we try to get it back to work with us formally so that if the money is still left in the bank account, we can be allowed to withdraw, and that is in place.
So the persons, the follow-up on this is the persons that no one from these set of overpayments, because I believe it wasn't as just not for, I believe for maternity leave was one of the reasons stated, late notice of things like maternity leave. So I'm only assuming, well, let me not assume, but is there anyone in the system currently that is a part of the set of people that owes money here?
No, Madam Chair. No, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Okay, and has the PS engaged the FS at any point in time on having this matter written up? Given that you're saying that you have exhausted all your systems to try to recover these funds? Have you engaged the FS at any point in time in moving forward with this?
Not at this point. We will have to do a summary and, of course, engage the FS, providing that report.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Raj, you have
Mr. Chairman, at 2018-569, there was an amount allocated of $1.3 billion allocated for the secondary education program. There's an unspent amount of $449 million. Can we be told, Mr. Chairman, what aspect of this program was not executed?
Mr. Chair, this is one of the activities that were pulled by the ministry because of the, first of all, late submission of the design, and then later on, deficiencies in the design. This was an admin building for Program 1.
If I may be allowed to follow up on a previous question, paragraph 570. The contract that was awarded for the design of the building at Breakdown, did the contract provide for any recouping of funds paid to the contractor, given the fact that the design was not up to standard?
Actually, an engagement with the Attorney General is what directed us to conclude any arrangements with the designer and the consultant in this matter. And so whatever payments would have been given is based on a legal position given to us or direction. But in terms of the quality of the design, the deficiency of the design, that was an ongoing process and back and forth with the ministry, its engineering team, and of course the stakeholders, the other persons who were supposed to be using the facility. And once the time would have elapsed and the design couldn't meet the minimum expectation to go out, they just suspend it. But there is nothing suggesting that one, it could not have been concluded by the designer based on directions or instructions, or we were not enjoying some services.
Thank you, yes.
May I go on to paragraph 588, Madam Chair?
588
of 2018.
Those paragraphs have not been put yet, but given that there's a further question on that, we are at 586. One moment. So we're going to move from paragraph 586, and I'm going to put for 2018 paragraph 587. So paragraph 607.
I have a number of questions in different paragraphs.
And for 2017, we're going to put from paragraph 479 to I'm sorry, I think 2017, we have exhausted the paragraphs actually. So 2018 paragraphs remaining, it's 587 to 607. So we have closed 2017. So you can go ahead with your question, sir.
I'm at 588, madam.
Okay.
The Ministerial Tender Board awarded a contract in the sum of $2.7 million to the lowest responsive of 12 bidders. Engineer's estimate was $2.987 million. The contractor received 3 payments totaling $2.6 million for works completed as of the 31st of December 2018. Based upon physical verification of the completed works, measurements and calculations, the following overpayments were made. And there's a graph, a chart. The following additional findings were observed. The 1.5 horsepower Myers pressure pump, which was supplied by the contractor, was not installed. So the water supply system was not functional. Inspection of the reinforced concrete slab and the trestle revealed shoddy work with honeycombing defects. And pieces of the formwork was in the concrete. 3 coats of paint were applied to the concrete trestle as was stated for in the bill of quantities. Number 1, question. Who signed off on payments for this project?
The chief engineer is here with us, but I'm advised that the normal procedure as it relates to work that's being supervised by the ministry is first signed off by one of his assigned officers and checked by him for final signing off and recommendation to the PS.
So could I ask, was that done?
He's suggesting that there would have been an oversight in this regard, but corrective action would have been taken.
What was the corrective action that was taken?
To ensure that all the works listed here, mainly plumbing works, to in effect operations of the pressure system put in place and fully functional by design.
And when was that done?
Can I ask the engineer not to throw him under the bus or so, but to be as accurate as possible as you are, sir?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the matter was recognized, the department moved immediately to correct that by putting in what was missing and to have the water system to be functional.
That's after September 2019 when the Auditor General report came out.
Yes, yes.
Because as of when this report was written, that was not in place.
That's correct, sir.
So when the management letter from the audit office came to the ministry, which would have been before September of 2019, what was done? If that was the first indication that you know something is wrong, because you didn't visit.
Mr. Chairman, the project was ongoing, and while there was payment made to the project, this aspect indeed was an oversight on our part, but the project was ongoing prior to that.
No, Mr. Chair, this project had more than just the overpayment problems. The contract itself was a problem. There was no duration there for completion of the project. There was no defects liability period. So we didn't know how long this project was supposed to last, when it was supposed to finish, when is the defects liability period. Why was that not in the contract? That's standard for any contract, standard.
Mr. Chair, yes, you are correct. For in fact, any engagement with any contract, there is a standard contract document. We indeed, I was unable to secure that on this matter, but there is a standard contract. We would not engage without a standard contract. And the standard contract caters for the duration as well as the defect period.
But what was so special about this one that these clauses were deleted? Or not included?
No, Mr. Chair, that is not true. All of our contract, there is a standard document.
But the Auditor General is saying it wasn't in the contract. Is he telling us a story that is fictitious? I'd like to hear from the Auditor General. What was the situation with this contract? Why this is recorded?
Mr. Chair, I'd actually engineer to
Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Calvin Ben, Engineer Audit Office of Guyana.
Calvin what?
Ben.
Ben?
Yes. To answer to the question.
Please speak into the mic, sir.
To answer the question, if I could ask that to be repeated, please.
Mr. Chairman, I brought to the attention of the accounting officer that the audit report indicated that this contract had no duration date, time. It was a 3 month, 6 month, 1 year. There was no completion date, and the defects liability period could not be determined from the documents that were submitted. The officer answering and saying that all the contracts have that. And I'm saying if all the contracts have that, why is this in the audit report? If that was there.
To answer the question from the honorable member, to the chair,
Go ahead.
we've had, during examination of the accounts when we would have done the physical verifications, we would have observed that a lot of information or data was missing. So in this one instance, we did not have all the information such as the final payment vouchers and these sorts of things. So that is why we would not have had or would have pronounced on those particular items. Most of the information would have been extracted from a spreadsheet, which would have been obtained from our financial auditors, which they would have gone to the accounting department of the ministry and extracted the information. In our engagement last week, Thursday, we collectively, between the engineer from the ministry and ourselves, is to provide some additional data for us to be able to update our records as such.
So up until now, the duration date, the defects liability period and so on was never provided.
Yes.
If I can make this point, Mr. Chair, I just want to make the point to the response from the engineer and also the response from the audit office. And given a word in this audit report itself, at no point in time is it saying that a contract was done without the duration and the completion date or the defect liability period. At no point in time is anyone saying that. It was not reported here. It's not being reported by the officer answering from the audit office. And the engineer is actually saying that no contract is done without these details. What the document is actually saying is that that those information could not be determined from the documents submitted. And here we have the audit office saying that they were not in receipts of all the documents. So we are not to assume at any point in time that those information was not there when the contract was put together, as the engineer is indicating. I just wanted to make that clear before we move forward with any speculation.
Mr. Chair, for the avoidance of doubt, I'm not speculating, I'm amused. The document that is presented for any contract is a signed contract between the procuring entity and the contractor. And in that document, which forms the primary or principal document for the engagement, all these things that are absent is supposed to be in that document. So then the document didn't have it.
No. That doesn't mean that they don't have it.
That is not the case. And that's why I made my
That's the
statement
narrative.
before, sir.
That's
That
the
is why I
narrative,
made my
sir.
statement
Go ahead,
before.
the narrative.
Because we cannot say that it wasn't there when the responses that are coming from the engineer is that it is never done without that. And the response coming from the audit office is that they had missing documentation. So we will not assume that it was not in place. We cannot do that.
Can I ask the audit office if they saw the contract for this contract? No, we have to hide, so you'll get frustrated. I want to know, did we see the contract? That's what you're doing.
You are speculating,
Making excuses
sir.
all the time.
Sir, you are
Continue.
speculating, and I will not just sit by and let you speculate like that. It's uncalled for.
Before I ask the PS, since this is a query, did he walk with the contract for this engagement? This is an audit query that you have to prepare for. Did you walk with the contract?
The audit office can the auditor general state if he was in receipt of the contract?
Mr. Chair, I'll ask the engineer first.
Through the chair, as I mentioned earlier, at the time, okay, I have a copy of the report here that would have been written. The date of the verification, the persons who would have visited the site, the name of the project, the name of the contractor, the amount paid, the contract number, information that it was advertised in the media, and so forth. That information there with the breakdown of the contract duration and these other documentation, at that time of writing this would not have been in my possession. As such, it is excluded.
And you would have made requests from the ministry for those documentation?
What usually happens on drafting these reports, when we would have sent it in form of a management letter, and follow-ups would be done afterwards in terms of engaging the ministry, in terms of obtaining this information. As I said, as recent as last Thursday, we would have made some requests verbally in terms of some additional information that would have been required. Other such times, we would follow up by emails also, but I'd have to check and see in terms of what form exactly we would use in this instance. But I know for sure, after we had a summary meeting last Thursday, that we did discuss some other documents which we would have required in order to close out these projects.
Yes, is the ministry in possession of the contract?
Honorable Chair, I'll really have to search deep because the stock, I had people getting into the stock room to pull up all possible documents that were not presented. We came up with quite a few, and of course, they must be presented to the auditor. The file the engineer showed to me this morning, this one is absent. The explanation is that he can't seem to be able to find it somewhere, but he can explain. He has a stock there because I mandated that they don't spend any time relaxing unless we get all the evidence to support what we're presenting. And of course, given the time lapse as well, I'm not saying we should concur. There should have been either not even at the finance office, somewhere in the project's office, evidence of this particular contract, like we would have found almost all the others.
So PS, one of the recommendations the PSU would have put to accounting officers that makes an appearance, given the reality that sometimes the audit office don't have the documentation that they're required to put together their report, is and what is claimed by some accounting officers that they would have given the original copy and they didn't make a copy for the ministry themselves. So the PSC has recommended whatever documents that is being sent to the audit office, you make a copy of it yourself. And if it is possible, you scan it and keep it electronically stored as well to ensure that these documents that are required for the audit query are always in your possession, even though you may send it to the audit office.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to get some clarification. Could the Auditor General confirm that when he's auditing a project, the document, the source document that he relies on for the details of that contract is the signed contract between the parties.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And it is from that signed contract you get all the details. Duration, defects, liability, contract sum, advance payments, and all of that.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And if in your paragraph, you're saying the duration, completion date, and defects liability period could not be determined from the document submitted, is it clear that a document that is a contract with these things included was not shown to your office?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would like to follow up, Mr. Chairman. If the PS is telling us that he can't find the documents, at least I could tell him where to go and look. 3 payments were made. And at some time when the payments were being made, something got to be attached to a voucher to show there's a valid contract.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead.
The Auditor General is confirming that the Audit Office would have been in receipt of a contract to get these information. Mr. Chair, the wording of this document and also the response given from, I'm not sure, the portfolio, remind me.
The engineer, Mr.
The
Ben.
engineer from the Audit Office. The engineer was actually stating that he would have gathered information, the majority of the information from a spreadsheet. Am I mistaken?
Through the chair, to answer the member's question, this spreadsheet is a document that would have been prepared by financial auditors. They might have been based at the ministry throughout the current year. So they would make certain amount of examinations. So they might pull data from the accounts department and input into that. So it's like a twofold something.
But my question is, because you have reported that the information you gathered was from the spreadsheet. Well, you were saying how the spreadsheet is put together, but at any point in time were you in possession or did you see a copy of the contract?
To answer the question, the information pertaining to duration, completion, and date, and so forth, this information can actually be seen in like the special conditions of contract, which might be an excerpt of the contract document itself. So to answer the member's question, let me see if I get it right. It's to say that you're questioning that we did have to see the contract. That was the question?
No, I'm asking if you did see the contract, because the contention here, and I just want to be clear, sir, the contention here is whether or not the contract was actually put together without these relevant information. The engineer from the ministry is saying that is not so. The engineer from the ministry is saying that the contracts are always put together with these information. We are seeing here in the report that based on the documents submitted, there was no statement saying that based on the contract, it was not within. If the audit office did not see these information in the contract, the least I would expect, sir, is for this report to say, on examination of the contract, these information were missing. This is not what it's saying. It is saying the duration, the completion date, and the defects liability period could not be determined from the documents submitted. The Auditor General is saying that yes, these information should have been coming from the contract. I am asking the engineer from the audit office if the engineer actually saw a contract.
Through the chair, as I mentioned, I did not see the contract document.
That is my question, sir. I don't require any other information. So, Mr. Chair, I want to make it clear that the contention that we have right now is what information was or was not on the contract. Again, I'm going to repeat that the engineer from the ministry is saying that the procedure that they follow, these information are always put on the contract. We are being told now from the engineer from the audit office that the engineer did not see the contract. So we cannot conclude, sir, that the information was not on the contract. And again, I go back to the report and I say that if the report had found that the information was not on the contract, it would have stated such, and it did not state that.
Good. So in this regard, PS, I'm asking you to make every effort within a week's time to provide a copy of that contract to the PSC.
I'm told by my team, the GPS Finance and others, they might have been lodged in a container for safekeeping given the previous years, and they'll search and do everything to bring it.
Appreciate it. So a week would be sufficient.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
on the same paragraph, 589.
Oh, before you proceed, let me inform the committee that the FS, I got on to him, he's in a meeting. Since 11, he said, but he will make every effort to join the proceedings in a few minutes. Proceed, sir.
Did we see the corrective works on this trestle?
So it's our report that the corrective works were done. I'm trying to ascertain if it was in concurrence with the Auditor General's office.
My second question, was it done by the same contractor? The corrective works would have been done sometime after September 2019. This contractor was engaged in 2018 April. There's no known defects liability period based upon this paragraph. So was it the same contractor who did the corrective works, and at what cost?
State of affairs. The ministry encountered setbacks with this project, which resulted in the inadequate verification of works done. The water pump was subsequently installed to allow for the functioning of the water system. Secondly, the honeycombing, as so recorded by the audit office, was indeed poorly supervised, since the workability of the concrete mixture was not checked before the day of the pouring. This has since been reviewed to avoid such recurrence, which would now state that the structure has a maturity of 1 to 2 to 3, 4,000 PSIP design mix. And then thirdly, 3 coats of the painting works was not applied to the water trestle surfaces. However, what should be indicated here is the reduction in the coats of painting were retained to address a cost for the increase in quantities for other works. The fourth submission here from, I'm so guided by the engineer, the overpayment of $61,250 that was recorded by the Auditor General was recovered.
My question remains unanswered. Was the corrective work done on the trestle? Yes or no?
I'm guided here by the engineer, and the answer is no.
Was not done. And why it was not done?
Can I ask, sir, to have the engineer who was integral and involved in this process to provide us with an answer of clarity?
Mr. Chair, the corrective works was not remedied, and the ministry was very upset with the contractor on that matter. And we had moved to recover the overpayment, and we have also treated the contractor with future engagements where we limit engagement with the contractor in the future, but the corrective works wasn't.
Mr. Chairman, we got to move from beyond semantics. If you don't have a contract with a defects liability period, you cannot enforce remedial work. So you have no legal authority to go after the contractor to get the remedial work done because you didn't have a defect liability period.
Let us wait for the ministry to make that determination when the parole.
But the people's money,
sir,
was spent,
the
and it's not
ministry
been
has
addressed.
committed to ensure that they seek out if they have a contract.
This is 2022, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, and we're aware of that.
5 years.
We had longer years than that.
Yeah, and the trestle.
And we're saying that the ministry has committed to providing us with a copy of the contract. Let us not make assumptions. And a week time is sufficient.
I'm following up, Mr. Chairman. So, in normal contract management, a letter of poor performance is served on a contractor. Could you say if a letter of poor performance was written?
Mr. Chair, to refer to your question, I'll have to go back to the file that we have for the project. And when we retain that file, I will find all the documentation that is related to the project.
Yeah, man, but you just tell us the ministry was upset with the contractor. At minimum, if you're managing a project, you must know if you write a letter of poor performance.
Sir, the honorable member has responded by his response. You will wait on the document. Allow him to provide us with the accurate documents.
Let us continue to make excuses for mismanagement of the people's money.
Sir, Mr. Chair, at the beginning,
from the record.
Yeah, strike it from the record.
That is totally
protect
unacceptable.
AFC at all costs. Strike that from the record.
Sir, this committee is not political.
But it is your tenure to examine what you were part of.
Every effort by you is to make it political.
It comes up that I'm examining that reflects mismanagement on the part of the APNU
You cannot assume mismanagement if the professional is saying and provide him time. The professional is saying give him time so that he could provide the PSC.
Performance is automatic, sir. Is that something I study?
Sir, the member is saying he would like to have the records verified before you make those claims. Everything you got to make political at this PSC. Let us operate professionally. Let us operate professionally.
You're operating professionally to protect the APNU FCAs. That's what you're doing.
That's nonsense.
You could say it, but you won't worry seeing what you're doing.
Yes, utter nonsense you're talking. Member Siraj, you have the floor.
Simple question.
Member Siraj, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
it's almost abusive.
Mr. Chairman, 590. That's to do with the award of a contract of 5.8 million for the rehabilitation of the roof of the President's College. I think this work based on the Auditor General report, and this would have been 2019, is still to be completed. Can the accounting officer say whether this job has been completed? And if 19 of the 20 lights installed in the hallway, those 19 lights are working?
All right. Of course, the issue at the time, Mr. Chair, is one where apparently there was a heavy fluctuation of power. And so, as the engineer would have advised, you can put in 21 lights today, and a week after you go, if you don't stabilize the power supply, you'll have maybe the issue still prolonging. So I'm advised that the situation was corrected and the lights were up to working speed.
Mr. Chairman, 591. This time it's for the University of Guyana, contract awarded for the sum of $18.4 million. In 2019, in July of 2019, this contractor was still mobilized. My first question is if this is a rollover project.
Yes. Honorable Chair, yes, sir. I'm advised that it is a rollover project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can the accounting officer say if this job has since been completed?
I'm reliably informed, Mr. Chair, that this work has been completed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 592, a contract for the sum of $352.7 million was awarded for the construction of St. Rose's High School. Can the accounting officer say whether this this project was advertised?
Yes, the St. Rose's High School job was, the work they were advertised, public tenders.
How many bidders competed for this project and what was the engineer estimate?
Mr. Chair, I'm checking on our procurement database, but apparently my procurement officer wouldn't pull it up. I'll ask the engineer who can speak to this issue because of his involvement. So now make some comments here, sir.
Mr. Chair, proceed. Yes. The engineer's estimate for the project at the time was $446 million. And I don't want to overstate, but I can recall it's about 5 bidders at the time.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up, if we would have had a number of bidders, can the accounting officer say, based on the evaluation, which contractor was recommended for the job?
I'm advised, Mr. Chair, that it was the same contractor who got the award was recommended.
Sir, can we be provided with the contractor who was awarded the job? The name of
it is Courtney Ben Contracting Services.
Mr. Chairman, we told that the award was made in April, but the contract was only signed in August. Can the accounting officer inform us what would have caused this delay?
Mr. Chair, the engineer who was there and the PS who took over from the former PS has no clear recollection as it relates to the delay in the signing of the contract, but they knew that once they received no objection and award, that they proceeded to sign the contract.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, in September of 2019, the Ministry of Education and the whole world became aware of this paragraph that says there was no the Auditor General did not see details concerning the advertising, neither the evaluation report. This is March 2022. Do we have the documentation about the advertising and the evaluation report?
The procurement plan for the ministry during that year suggested that the National Tender Board would have received the documents from our ministry. Of course, the PS is 2 PSs ago. And so that PS, I was trying to get him, was strange. I wouldn't say he was trying to get me. I'm not so sure he was notified to attend. But he was trying to get us here maybe to participate. But I'm advised by my team that this was advertised, for which the evidence will be available at the National Tender Board.
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly my point. You're coming to PAC this morning. At minimum, you could have gotten a copy of that because before you advertise, you have to write the tender board to get approval of your document for advertising and the date when it is advertised and all of that, and that will form part of the evaluation report. Why we don't have it? Why the Auditor General was not given it since 2019 September, this is 2022. And if after all these years we say we got it and we still come in here and say we don't have it, where is it?
So I'm told, I don't know if the Auditor General can verify this, that the contract document was subsequently submitted.
AG?
Through the chair, the evaluation minutes were submitted and the contract document was submitted after that. In our 2019 report, it was clearly spelled out. As it relates to the engineer estimate, it was actually 450,666,444. A total of 4 tenders was actually received. As it relates to the advertisement of the contract itself, based on the information received, it was shown that it was advertised in the Chronicle newspaper from the 3rd of December to the 19th, 2017.
The 3rd to the 19th of December, 2017. The 3rd to the 19th of December, 2017?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, and I will put the question to the PS. Are you aware that the Procurement Act requires a minimum of 21 days, except there's written special consideration?
Indeed, the Procurement Act requires that, but there is special dispensation. I wouldn't want to get into that. I don't know if that is received, that was received, and I can't.
And you wrote for that special dispensation?
I'm not aware that that was so.
So, the Auditor General saw documentation to confirm the advertising.
Through the chair, we saw the evaluation report.
So the evaluation report stated that it was advertised.
Through the chair, yes.
Good. In the document for the contract, the Auditor General is saying that a bank guarantee was required, but we accepted a bond from an insurance company. How did we do that?
Mr. Chair, again, integral to the process and of course participating in the process was the engineer. And of course, because the presiding PS was not at the time there, I'll ask the engineer to speak as against quoting the engineer. Who is there?
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, an addendum was done to the contract to facilitate the use of the insurance bond.
Mr. Chairman, I can't believe my ears.
Can you repeat for him, sir?
An addendum was done to the contract to facilitate the use of an insurance bond.
Oh, you heard?
That's what I heard?
Yes, that's correct.
So that addendum was done after the award or before the award?
This is after the award, Mr. Chair.
So all the other contractors who were bidding were at a disadvantage. If they couldn't find the bank guarantee, which requires stronger controls as against an insurance bond. We are competing for the same thing, and I have to find a bank guarantee to get this contract. It means that I have to meet a certain criteria that is stronger than getting an insurance company bond. I can't meet it, and I'm disqualified. The man who gets it, the contract is then amended to facilitate an insurance company. What nonsense is this? I'm hearing this. Well, strike it out, but it is nonsense.
Go ahead,
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is not during the evaluation period from which all the bidders were properly evaluated. This is an advance bond to cover advance payment, I'm told.
Yes, I understand that. And the purpose why we need a bank guarantee is because if we give you money, we have cash that we could get and not a long legal drawn-out process for an insurance company. And we amended the contract. May the audit office have a copy of the amended contract? It would have. Your cash flow is heavily dependent on that, if you understand procurement. We should take our time to study that.
Mr. Chair, the assumption that Mr. Edgell, the conclusion that Mr. Edgell is wanting to draw, we cannot accept it, sir. And sir, I believe it is only prudent that the engineer be given the opportunity to give some more information as to this particular matter. Could the engineer give further clarity on this matter?
Let the auditor general engineer give the clarity.
Mr. Chairman, while the engineer and the
Can we have the audit office provide some greater clarity with regards to the use of the insurance bond in relation to the contract?
Through the chair, the initial question that was posed, yes, we saw an addendum number 1 dated the 8th of August, 2018, which changed the performance, the advance itself from a bank guarantee to a performance bond. Take it. Insurance. Sorry, my mistake. As it relates to the difference between a bank guarantee and an advance bond, it is the interpretation via contract law that a bank guarantee is more defined and more safe.
But both are used. But both are used.
Both are used dependent on the specifics of the contract. Whatever is stated in the special conditions of the contract.
And based on the addendum to the contract, did the audit office find any concern about that? Or what was the concern, if there were any? Because I am not seeing that reflected in the report of the Auditor General.
Through the chair, we noted the changes as based on the addendums.
Noted.
Mr. Chairman.
With that said, sir,
Mr. Chairman,
my point is made.
When a contract is being entered into, there are reasons why specific things are demanded to protect the public purse. In this instance, sorry, could the permanent secretary and the accounting officer and his team tell us if they have been able to recoup any of the monies from this insurance bond that they accepted, that they amended from the bank guarantee? And that is the reason why it should not have been changed.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, sir, you're aware that the performance of this contractor and this particular project attracted widespread public outbursts and so on. And no less a person than the Attorney General himself was directed to get involved and terminate and recover all sums due to the state and an instrument to that effect.
Chairman, I understand that and I'm aware of that. But the call on a bank guarantee and a call on an insurance bond are two different things that require two different processes. The ministry forfeited its right to guarantee the money when it amended the contract. Up until now, we can't recover the money. If we had a bank guarantee, as was stated in the contract, we would have gotten our money because the bank would have had to ensure that the man who taken out this thing got the guards to support we get in. Mr. Chairman, I am amused at how we treat these serious matters as if they are inconsequential by some of my colleagues. I am amazed at that.
We treat it that way, but
let me continue my question, please.
Wasn't illegal. It wasn't.
It was facilitated.
It wasn't illegal, and it has been done on numerous occasions before.
I keep making the point, sir, that the matters that we are examining, we need to put systems in place to
the paragraphs
safeguard.
are still before us, so you have several
Chairman,
additional agencies.
I have not left paragraph 592. I have not left paragraph 592, and the noises will not change my question. At paragraph A under 592, no equipment or materials were on site, while the only person from the contractor present was a security guard. Could the ministry tell us if they served a letter to the contractor to demobilize from the site?
Mr. Chair, no, not to my knowledge, based on the briefing and reports submitted to me, and there was no such instruction, sir.
Secondly, did the ministry have a clerk of works on this project?
Mr. Chair, the work was supervised by a consultant.
When was the ministry informed that the contractor had demobilized?
The impression, based on the brief I received from the PSs at the time, the PS, as well as the engineer group, is that the work in itself had some challenges, some design challenges at some point that allowed for a revisit of the design itself, where they had to redesign the foundation itself. Because the initial contract did not consider that type of a foundation. And once that was done, and approval was sought and received throughout the system, including no objection from cabinet, then the work recommenced with an approval to change the design for the foundation to include piles. And of course, that took some doing and some time.
Who requested the change, the contractor or the consultant?
Based on concerns expressed by members of the public, Mr. Chair, and technical officers within the ministry, and the supervising consultant as well, The ministry sought an independent review of the project, especially as it relates to the load-bearing capacity and the foundation, which resulted in an independent review by a consultant.
So that independent review recommended a change in the design?
I'm so guided by the former PS.
And was this a revenue neutral change?
No, the contract itself would have had to vary to accommodate.
And what would have been the size of the expanded contract to accommodate this new design?
Now 55 million. Yes, based on my own checking of the documents, it would have required an additional $59 million to complete with the new design of the foundation.
So could you tell us when we had an agreement with the new design?
So it's the same consultant who designed the foundation, who designed the new foundation. Right, so the instructions were given to the designer of the project to do modifications to the foundation and the design for the foundation, which was received. I didn't get a member. Sorry.
When was the design agreed upon? The new design for the foundation?
I'm informed by the former PS that there is no recollection of the exact date.
Was it 2018? Was it 2017? When was the new design agreed on?
I'm advised 2019.
In 2019. Could we say this contract is terminated?
By a show of the instruments we received from the Auditor General's office, that yes, the contract was terminated.
Could we be advised if this project is continuing?
Honorable Chair, yes, this project is continuing.
Mr. Chair, the 4-month delay between the announce of the award and the signing of the contract, was it during that period that the design changes were made?
Honorable Chair, can I ask the engineer to detail the sequence of activities?
Thank you.
In this regard.
Mr. Chair, thank you. After the signing of the contract, and in fact, this was a project that was thoroughly reviewed.
I ask a simple question. Between the announcing of the award and the signing, he started at the signing, I'm asking, between the announcing of the award and the signing of the contract, was at the time when the review for the design of the foundation was done? Yes or no? Simple.
No, allow the member to answer the question how he chooses. So we cannot dictate if he should answer yes or no. Honorable member, proceed in answering your question.
I'm not intimidating anyone. I'm asking answers. I'm asking for answers of what the new AFC did when they were in office. Good.
Mr. Chairman, no.
Go ahead, sir.
No, Mr. Chairman, I said no.
Okay.
So when was the design made? How long after the contract was signed?
Mr. Chair, this exercise take over 6 months, given the concern with the foundation, well, the shallow foundation design. So we had to conduct a thorough review before we implemented the project.
What was the date or the commencement date that was given by the ministry to the contractor to start this project after the design changes were made?
Mr. Chair, I don't have that date, but I can get that date from the contract file.
Did the contractor have a valid, what you call an insurance guarantee at the time when that commencement was, or a commencement letter was issued?
Mr. Chair, I'll refer back to the file for the additional information and members asking for.
So this contract was signed in April 2018. Sorry, August 2018. I would like to get a copy of the insurance guarantee that was issued, the date it was issued, and valid for what period, and when the commencement order was given.
Yes, can all those information be provided within a week's time?
It is noted. We'll do so.
The contract required what percentage as an advance payment?
50%. Standard 15% on revenue.
Secondly, when was that paid?
The question is, when was it paid?
It was paid. The member, the staff, the engineer is not accurate.
Could that be provided within a week's time as well?
Provided, but you don't want to table the date he hasn't said.
Yes.
Follow up, I would like to get the information as well. What was the work that was done that required an interim payment of 5.18 million?
5.18 million. Again, Honorable Chair, we'll furnish you with a detailed report, but not to be inaccurate, it started with site grubbing, demolition, then before they mobilize, start commencing building works.
As is expected.
So there was a whole demolition, then grubbing, then recommencement of works. Normal stuff.
But the Auditor General is telling us as of September 2019, the advance payment was not recovered. So basically, this contractor still owes the ministry or the people of Guyana in excess of $50 million.
The condition of termination, Mr. Chair, was one that is based on full performance of the contractor. That's a given. The report submitted by the ministry to the AG office explaining the details of this engagement allowed the AG to do two things. One, determination, first of all, for poor performance. And then two, to engage with the court procedure to recover all sums that are legally due to the ministry or the government.
My final question on this paragraph for now, Mr. Chair. If the ministry sends notification to a contractor that you were the successful bidder, and 3 months later, you haven't got a response from that contractor, what's the normal course?
First of all, there's the expression of acceptance letter that is sent, and we'd expect within reasonable time, within 24 hours, 48 hours. I haven't seen that formally stipulated any place, but we expect that written acceptance.
And that was received?
Before signing of the contract.
And that was received, the letter of acceptance?
I'm advised that it's part of the contract documents.
It is what?
Part of the contract documents.
The letter of acceptance?
Correct, sir.
Was signed?
Yes, sir.
And after 3 months, there was no signing. Was this contractor written to? Why you haven't yet engaged?
I'm asking the PS who took over this challenging project from the former PS. And she's saying, well, I'm advised that she has no clear recollection why that prolonged period between award and the signing of the contract. We'll have to check on this.
But PS, you're a man of great experience. You've been around for a while. If a contract is awarded, you send the letter notification, the letter of acceptance come in, and 3 months after, 90 days has elapsed, and the contractor has not responded. What is a normal action in keeping with procurement?
Let's say predict what might have been going through the minds and the thinking and the other forces at the ministry at the time. I might be wrong, sir. In my judgment, in 24 hours, either an oral response, if not a written response, is required for me to move the process forward. Failing which, and once the contract is entered into, you have like 13 days, probably 2 weeks to mobilize on the site. If you mobilize on the site and you're absent in terms of works for about 13 days, you consider abandoning the site. That's normal procedure. I'm still to get from both PSs, the one who took over from the PS before, who was integral to this operation, what factors might have influenced them staying their hands, if not other ordinary and common arrangements.
But a perusal of the file showed no engagement in terms of exchange of letters.
I haven't seen any like that, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Members, do we have any additional questions for this agency?
Yes, sir.
Proceed, honorable member.
Term at 595.
What's the question?
Examination of payment vouchers and store records reveal that in 110 instances, assets purchased by the ministry valuing 100,922,000 for the year was not recorded in the permanent storage ledger. This is a breach of the storage regulation of 1993. At the time of reporting in September 29, the ministry started the process of updating the permanent storage register with assets to the value of 19 million. The first question, sir, based upon the storage regulations, was the ministry adequately staffed to take care of these particular matters?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for this question. In fact, very often you wouldn't hear PSs getting a chance at a PSC to tell you that one of the things that would not allow them to enjoy good management and effectively manage a system is the people factor. So very often the storage regulations that I read, that I have in my hand, requires a deliberate structure for its management. And a special word that is used in that storage regulation is separation of duties.
Yes.
All the ministries, including Ministry of Education, operated makeshift storage systems where there's no dedicated storage facility for proper storing, bin card management, stocking, marking, and distributing. So very often the items received by the Ministry of Education is marked almost on the go, benches, chairs, and so on, and distributed on the go. And that is why you'll see somewhere in the same report, the Auditor General observing a mix of storage equipment, including derelicts and unserviceable items with functional stores. And so there's no real separation of storage management. And therefore, if we expect the storage regulation to be implemented as is, then there must be a deliberate structure of storage management, which is not currently practiced. And therefore, the internal auditor is the person now that is charged with the responsibility to track, record along with the procurement group and ensure that that is done.
PS on your authorized structure to facilitate management of the stores, which is an integral part of government expenditure, requires in that separation of powers, how many officers?
3. We had 3 at 2020, and today we have 2.
Today we have
2.
How much we had in 2018?
3 persons.
3 persons. So goods, the person who receives can be the person who issues. Right?
Correct.
So out of that 3, let me hear the separation of powers.
Like I said, I think it's clear, and the Auditor General should be able to check this out. The separation of duties is not entirely possible with the 2 persons managing stores as huge as the Ministry of Education stores. By volume, one day alone, we can be taking in and distributing books in the thousands. At the same time, issuing equipment and other things to the institutions and so on. So very often—
But yes, if I recall, at PAC before this matter came up, the chairman was a member of that PAC, and it was asked, provide evidence that you wrote to the Public Service Ministry for the engagement of staff to ensure that these storage regulations are observed. Did we proceed in ensuring that we get the staffing to ensure that it is observed?
I don't know, Mr. Chair, if I'm to respond here, that I want to bring in another ministry here, but I'm saying, put it this way, as recent as about 4 weeks ago, I articulated, and again, I'm happy for the opportunity to say this here. As recent as 4 weeks ago, I wrote saying that for the PSIP and the ministry's budget to be properly implemented, and that has 2 definitions, by rate and by quality control, we need to fix the structure not by the deficient 150 staff. I wouldn't get that. But to be real, we need 2 engineers of quality in terms of experience and qualifications. We need procurement staff, 2 additional staff based on what is there, and we need storage staff as well as finance. That is still being waited. We're waiting to get feedback from that. Otherwise, sir, you'll find this kind of management where we rely on a flexible system to give good results. Would they always give us this kind of headache?
Okay, before we proceed, I would like the staff for the PSC to take note of PS observation, and we will coin that into a recommendation to put to the FS to implement as a possible circular to all ministries to implement. I think that's a very good suggestion. Yes.
So,
Proceed, honorable member.
so we had the system updated to the value of 19.99 million, 20 million, possibly. Have we been able to get the 80 million that was not properly updated at the time of the writing of this report properly accounted for?
Reliably informed by my internal auditor who manages that system actually, that it's fully up.
It's fully
Up to date, and he sits right here.
fully up to date,
Yes, sir.
even with the two staff that you have right now.
The internal auditor is complimentary.
Excellent.
So I said, no, it's not only a stores matter. The person who should be checking to reinforce is now involved. That's why I talk about separation of duties, as well as the procurement unit, and the head is here. So his staff who will help, and once they receive, they mark and they help to distribute. Again, separation of duties.
The procurement is not completed until the items are delivered and signed off.
I'm sorry, I was just making the point about the procedures and the persons by the stores regulations.
Chair,
Go ahead, member.
I heard the PS saying that right now they only have 2 staff members for the stores. What is hampering reaching the quota as authorized?
Well, the PS also said before he responded, Mr. Maipo, that he did right. Making that observation known, but he had put a system in place to correct it as is. But he would have indicated what he believes will work for the system, which the PSC would have recorded and hopefully will put it in our recommendation for the FS to consider.
No, I understand that and I agree, but I still want to know what is hampering him as PS from reaching the quota. Because there's an authorized quota there.
Public Service Commission is not in place.
No, Comrade Chairman, the Public Service Commission indeed is not in place, but this government has a policy of whether they are going to accept in terms of contracted employees or on the pensionable establishment. The position is available. It's not a case where they have to create a position that goes to the Ministry of Public Service for approval and then come back. The position is there, so it can be filled by a contracted employee. Am I correct? Yes.
Well, yes.
So what is hampering it? Because if you had experienced this difficulty with 3 staff members, I can only imagine what is happening with 2 right now. So what is happening? What is hampering you as the accounting officer, as the permanent secretary, as the chief administrator of the ministry? What is hampering you from satisfying the quota?
But like I said, I mean, if you go back to the fixed establishment, to be real, and you check to see what the fixed establishment is saying, and of course the movement in time as well. Some might be relevant, some might not be relevant today, but you'll come up with, for the Ministry of Education, with a vacancy list that will go close to 100 or so or more. Is it that what you really need to make the ministry effective or deliver on the budgetary resources? A check today will show us that maybe if we get about 7 staff in critical areas, and I mentioned the areas just now, 7 at a high level in those areas, finance, procurement, and stores works, that we'll be better able to do justice to the implementation and reduce half of the queries, if not 90% of all that you see here.
My concern, and I understand your answer, but my concern is that you had in 2018 a total of 3 staff at the stores, correct? And you have experienced great difficulties with 3 staff, correct?
Correct.
and not difficulties in the sense of irregularities, but difficulties in the sense of properly administering the work and ensuring it is done on time. Now you have 2 staff. I am asking you, what is hampering you from putting back a 3rd staff there? Because what is the quota? Is the quota 3 or 4?
It's 3.
No, what happened is that the ministry operated with 3 known store staff for the longest while.
But is that the quota?
But that's not the quota.
What is the quota?
The quota is 5 or 6.
Good. So if the quota is 5 or 6, let's assume the smaller number 5. So if the quota is 5, that means that there are 5 positions that are established under the pensionable establishment for this particular department, right? So you have 2 staff right now, 2 staff members there. What is hampering you, sir, from reaching that quota of 5? What is hampering you? No, it is not. It's not. It's not. This is not a. This is in response to an answer that they. No, but I am giving you greater clarity,
Mr. Michael. Ignore this honorable member. You have the floor.
I think I explained it before. The list of the ministry's established structural vacancies cannot all be filled today, like we mentioned. But I identified the critical ones.
PS, thank you. So, Chair, please allow me to interrupt PS. Let me get a little bit more direct. PS, why have you not advertised for 2 other staff in the stores department? Given that it's on the fixed establishment, why have you not put out an advertisement saying that you need 2 stores clerk or whatever other position is there that makes the 5 so that people who are qualified can apply for it? What has caused you to not do that?
Public service recruitment, sir, is not done through the ministry just like that. It's initiated by a way of a recommendation, and the public service ministry takes responsibility for authorizing advertising and or filling of those vacancies.
Good. So have you written, well, you said you wrote earlier 4 weeks ago. Did you write the Ministry of Public Service requesting?
The letter that I wrote, sir, is in keeping with the procedure of the public service, the Ministry of Public Service, to identify these areas of weaknesses and the importance to get mainly, in this case, not the entire ministry up to speed, which is what is ultimately required, but at least our budgetary responsibility.
So that you can satisfy the spending of the properly, effectively
discharging our budgetary program.
Fair enough. Did the Ministry of Public Service respond to your letter as yet?
Well, not formally, but there's an engagement and there's also some outcomes where there's identification, of course, and the strategy for recruitment being thought of.
Can you go a little bit more in detail about that, please?
Mr. Chair, if you allow me to abstain from public policy in this regard, that is beyond the ministry.
Yes,
I'll be better off. But I'm saying I initiated the process.
I'm satisfied with the response.
I am too. I would just be
facetious.
Mr. Chair, just to the public record, earlier I asked a question to the same officer about what systems are being put in place in 2022 to prevent a reoccurrence, and it was disallowed. Conveniently today,
sir,
it was a question. It was a question.
No.
But I am in agreement with the question that Mr. Mahai Paul posed. I'm not against it, but I'm saying I'm pointing out the inconsistencies of the rulings at this PSC that is convenient at particular time.
You are in opposition to the ruling that doesn't go in your favor. And that is totally inaccurate. Members, there being no other question, yes, I want to thank you and your team for making an appearance. and want to remind you also to commit to the 1 week in providing the PSC with the responses to the questions that were posed. With that said, I would like to bid you and your team a good afternoon. Members, we will